Welcome to those joining Collingwood Council, either here in the chambers or remotely on this sunny and warm Monday afternoon. And I emphasize the warm after the weekend. The first order of business is for everyone that can to please rise for the playing of our national anthem. In calling council to order, Mayor Hamlin sends her regrets, and Councillor Jeffrey expects to be able to join us fairly shortly. I will ask if Councillor Ring would bring forward the land acknowledgement.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor Fryer. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nation walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Hit that as I hit it. First order of business is to adopt the agenda. So I have a recommendation that the content of the council committee of the council and committee of the whole agenda for May 26, 2025 be adopted as amended. The amendments are we've removed item 6.2, public rallies or protests in downtown deputation. And we've added addition of the motion for item 14.3, temporary traffic calming measures on Dawson Drive. So I would ask for a mover and a seconder. Mover is Councillor Doherty, seconder is Councillor Ring, and call the matter to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Next order of business then is any declarations of pecuniary interest. Not seeing any. If anyone finds themselves in that situation, just advise us going forward. And I'll move to community announcements, and I'll go to Councillor Doherty to start us off.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just have two, and the first is that members of the Trails and Active Transportation Committee will be doing a presentation at the Ontario Bike Summit in Windsor, and I will be participating in that presentation. I look forward to it. This is the third time that Collingwood has been invited to the Ontario Bike Summit to make presentations. And secondly, the next, I guess, the kickoff to the summer event for the town is the Trail Tunes, which happens on June 7th. It starts at noon until 3 p.m. There's more information on our website, but it is a great event, and hopefully the weather will be just as good as today. I have lots to share regarding Yimby Week, our very successful Yimby Week, but I'm going to save that for my colleague here, Councillor Ring. Thank you.
Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I got one announcement. Yesterday, along with Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Jeffrey, and myself, we attended the Collingwood Lawn Bowling Club open house. I can certainly say that I stepped out of my element and took on the new challenge of lawn bowling, and had a great conversation throughout the afternoon. And it was nice to hear that the membership has gone from approximately about 20 members a couple years back to up to almost close to 80 members now. So it's growing, and it was good just to kind of dig into their past to see what the Lawn Bowling Club was all about, and to learn and to certainly appreciate the club they are. So it was a good afternoon, and I think I may be returning in the near future. So that's it. Thanks.
I had advised Councillor Potts that it wasn't a contact sport, and he maintained that quite well. So, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Fryer. On May 20th, I attended the 22nd anniversary celebration of the Thornberry Thai Food Restaurant. Mayor Hamlin brought greetings from the town and presented a plaque and certificate to commemorate the occasion. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, delicious lunch was served. I wasn't quite sure if I would enjoy the Thai food, but I was pleasantly surprised. And if anybody in the public has the chance to visit this restaurant, I highly recommend it. The week of May 18th to the 25th marked Yimby Week. Yimby stands for Yes in My Backyard, which is an awareness initiative to accept the fact that more affordable housing is needed in all neighborhoods throughout the municipality. May 20th marked Yimby flag raising ceremony at the public library. Then on May 21st, more than 50 people attended the first ever successful Collingwood Talks Housing Workshop put on by the Collingwood Affordable Housing Task Force. This workshop was designed to shift the public's opinion from objecting to growth and density to encouraging and supporting it. With the positive discussion that ensued, it was apparent the task force succeeded. To end the Yimby Week on May 24th, it was my pleasure, along with Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillors Jeffrey and Doherty, Affordable Housing Task Force Chair Jack Vanderkooy, Task Force Member Mark Shebenetti, and Housing Development Coordinator Claire D'Souza to attend and answer questions at the booth at the Collingwood Farmers Market. And that's my announcements.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, as all of you know, May is Museum Month. And if you haven't made it to our museum, you should. I was fortunate enough to attend on Saturday the opening of the Smart Brothers exhibit, which you should make your way down. And if you do not know who the Smart Brothers are and you live in Collingwood or that company, you can learn all about it at an excellent exhibit. In addition, the museum and the museum committee, of which I'm a member of, would like you to fill out their survey that they have currently about what the museum does well, what it could do better, and where we should go in the future. Your answers and your responses to this survey are critical for the future. So please either go to Engage Collingwood or the museum website and fill out the survey. Last, in a literary vein, the latest issue of Escarpment magazine has this article, Fit to be Tied. This speaks to the challenge between the then Collingwood Town Council and Chief Constable Trielman. The gentleman had, Creelman, excuse me, a love of the bottle, shall we say, and at various times got in some trouble with the town council. Indeed, one famous incident was where he was supposed to be shepherding or guarding, if you will, a madam from a local brothel from Collingwood to Barrie, where she would face the long arm of the law, no doubt. However, the good constable beat it into the bar right off the get-go, and mounting the train. And, you'll have to read the article to find out how the story ends. Thank you.
Councillor Perry?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. A couple library announcements. In celebration of Indigenous History Month, join Chad Solomon for an interactive puppet show called Rabbit and Bear Paws The Way. This show retells the story of how the turtle carries our world on her back and how the tiny muskrat succeeded in giving us all the greatest gift of all, a place to call home, Turtle Island. This program takes place on Saturday, June 7th at 10:30 a.m. and all ages are welcome. You can register on the library's website. Also, Collingwood Public Library is thrilled to welcome Claire Cameron, author of How to Survive a Bear Attack. Blending gripping true crime with vivid nature writing, this unforgettable book offers a fearless exploration of survival, trauma, and the human connection to the wild. There are a few spaces left for this exciting author presentation on Thursday, June 5th at 7 o'clock. You can also register on the library's website, www.collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. Thank you.
Councillor McCullough?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a quick note. I had the pleasure of attending what I would call a briefing with Collingwood Climate Action Team on May 14th. That was my first introduction to that group. Thoroughly impressed, very knowledgeable, dedicated, and coming up with some really actionable items that we can take on. So look forward to working with them in the future.
Thank you, and I agree. It's a great volunteer committee that we have with the CCAT. With my announcements, I'd just like to start off by congratulating Campbell House Hospice. Was able to attend. Councillor Baines and Councillor Perry were there as well, and I did give congratulations on behalf of council to Executive Director Sullivan for a tremendous event, and they had tremendous success at the she announced at the that they had raised over $250,000 in the event, and so they were very, very pleased with the overall results. So wanted to start that off. Also, call for submissions in our community. Together we create youth art contest. The town of Collingwood is seeking young, passionate, and creative artists to contribute to a community-centered art project that celebrates connection, diversity, and shared stories. This is an opportunity to use your voice and vision to highlight what community means to you. So it's open to all students in grades 7 to 12 who attend school in the Collingwood area, and details about that can be found on the website. I also wanted to mention about Collingwood Shipyard's amphitheater lineup, because it's set, and congratulations to staff for a great season ahead for the 9 free concerts that will occur across 5 municipal events. Trail Tunes, as been mentioned by Councillor Doherty, National Indigenous Peoples Day, which is June 21st, Collingwood Festival for Canada, which will be over the July 1st weekend, Collingwood Live and Original Concert Series, which goes through July and August, and Side Launch Days, which is August 8th and 9th. A special thank you to our signature sponsors in 2025, Fram Stoker and Collingwood Key Condominiums, Side Launch Brewery, and Living Water Retirement Resident. Final, just wanted to express appreciation to the museum staff and committee. Was able to get to this celebration. I also want to thank the family and former employee and family members that were able to attend. It's a great exhibit that's in place. It was great to have 40 to 50 people out celebrating it that day, and I just think it's great. It's very uplifting when we celebrate a former family-run business in the town of Collingwood. And as I said, congratulations to staff. They put a great display on. So we'll move from community announcements to our deputations. And the first deputation we have today, and I'd welcome them to the podium, is the Cranberry Marsh water levels and drainage concerns. And I believe we have Kevin Marshman and Nick Best speaking. Welcome.
On a test for volume here. Okay. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, councillors, and staff. I am Kevin Marshman, and I live at 19 Woodland Court. I am a board member of our condo corporation, and I'm joined today by Nick Best, who is the president of the Tanglewood Condo Corporation. On behalf of a large number of residents in the Cranberry Marsh area, let me thank council and staff for the opportunity to discuss our concerns about the continuing rising water levels and the alarming speed at which they are rising in our area. You may recall that we presented to council in March of 2024, and we appreciate the efforts undertaken by the town since then. However, we thought it was important to share an update with you as water levels continue to be rising, and it appears at an increasing rate, and the ability of the marsh area to drain after seasonal events is impacting our community. Just a reminder that the Cranberry Marsh is a 3.2 acre marsh, which is basically a collecting reservoir for a huge area of property, which goes back to the south side of Mountain Road. It is located south of Highway 26, just west of the Cranberry Trail East, and is accessible and viewable from the Cranberry Marsh Trail, which starts at Cranberry Trail East and continues for about a kilometer before reaching the boardwalk. It abuts houses on Woodland Court and the Cranberry Golf Course. The comparative photos that you see in this particular slide of 2022 and 2025 illustrate our concerns. And while we acknowledge that there is some difference due to seasonality, i.e. a late fall photo versus an early spring photo, there is no question that water levels have increased significantly over the last several years. The following slide, next slide, please, illustrates the spring flooding this year. The flooding that occurs in the spring in the marsh area does not actually recede for months, if at all, during the year. Mature trees are drowning, and because of the high water level, are not being replaced by younger ones. The loss of the forest density robs the marsh of trees absorbing moisture to keep the water levels in check. As a result, residential developments that abut Cranberry, as well as others in the area, are feeling the impact of marsh flooding. Next slide, please. The Cranberry Trail provides a telling illustration of rising water levels. When originally established, the Cranberry Trail was kept passable by simply mowing the grass. As water levels rose, a boardwalk was built at ground level in 2016. Since then, boardwalk extensions have been built over increasingly larger sonotubes to keep it above the water. However, even with this increased height, sections of the decking were breached this spring for the first time. The photo illustrates some of the flooding, and while it may not be readily apparent on this, I should be on slide 3. Sorry. On this particular slide. And while it might not be readily apparent, if you were walking the corner area of this particular section of the deck, it would be completely submerged. Next slide, please. The Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority and the town installed a measure device on the boardwalk in the fall of 2024. And as can be seen by this photo, the level of water has already exceeded the maximum measurement contemplated when established. Next slide, please. The water levels are rising across the extended area of the marshland, as attested to by residents as far west as the Silver Creek, to the east to Harbor Street, and to the south between Tanglewood and the Georgian Trail. Beaver dams continue to impede the flow of the marsh, and as noted earlier, the continued decline of the forest and its resultant reduction in water absorption is leading to increased levels throughout the area. The Woodland Court photo in this particular slide shows the proximity of waters to homes on the street. In the last year, we have had 2 hydrostatic basement floods, and hydrostatic floods occur when groundwater surrounds the foundation and it permeates through it. There are no cracks in the foundation. This is actually water just seeping through all the pores of natural cement. The Woodland Court, additionally, reliance on the marsh for drainage by new housing developments, as an example of the most recent one on Highway 26, is already exacerbating an already overtaxed water drainage system in the marsh. Next slide, please. Drainage ditches exiting the marsh area to Georgian Bay are full of debris and growth, which impedes efficient flow of seasonal melt and stormwater out of the marsh. As a result, we are seeing a pronounced effect of seasonal events and storms. Road flooding, such as that pictured on Cranberry Trail West, can impede the ability of emergency services to reach those in need. Similarly, we can expect more hydrostatic home flooding as water levels continue to rise. We applaud the town's efforts and various initiatives, including the recent Stormwater Master Plan. And while we understand the need for adequate infrastructure to address once-in-a-century storms, we feel there is an urgent need to address the handling of more regular recurring events, such as the Timmins effect, leading to shorter-term solutions. Next slide, please. In order to address the more immediate concerns, we recommend that the major ditches and culverts which exit the marsh area be cleared of growth, debris, and silt to enable more rapid drainage of the pond area after major events. We further recommend that the town expedite, in conjunction with the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, a pond leveling solution. We understand that the Cranberry Golf Course is prepared to move forward with the implementation of the solution once approved. These 2 initiatives in and of themselves would significantly reduce near-term flooding pressures in the Cranberry area, while more holistic solutions are developed. We would also encourage the town to accelerate its planning process, and that with the NVCA, to enable a more fulsome solution implementation on a shorter timeframe. Finally, with regard to the town's stormwater management master plan and its recommendation of a study to address micro-drainage issues in Cranberry, we recommend the town staff meet with the condominium presidents on a roundtable discussion to gain greater insight into area concerns. This would provide town staff with a more comprehensive overview of the situation as experienced by the residents, which should help them achieve a more robust solution more quickly. Next slide, please. We see these actions as an effective way to maintain the wetlands habitat, save the forest surrounding the marsh, and prevent future flooding. We are hopeful, indeed confident, that by all parties working collaboratively, we can resolve the rising water levels issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshman, and Mr. Best as well for your input. And really appreciate the formal presentation and the recommendations you're bringing forward. I'll turn to council and ask if anyone would like to raise any questions or comment. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can just give a brief update to Mr. Marshman and Mr. Best and the rest of the residents. I was lucky enough to have a tour, well, a short tour, a meeting, if you will, with MPP Saunderson on Saturday in the Cranberry Marsh. And a lot of these issues were reviewed with him. I can't make any commitments on his part. I can just state to you that we did have a fulsome discussion about this. And in addition, as a board member of NVCA, I will bring these concerns to the NVCA board. The CAO was up, the new CAO was up, and I toured not the marsh with her about 2 weeks ago, but I did invite her back up specifically to tour the marsh. So I expect that to happen too, and we'll see if we can coordinate something in that regard. So thank you for that.
I'll turn to Councillor Doherty in a second. I'll just say to Councillor Baines, you've advised staff with all the information in that regard. Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your deputation. It's incredible after a whole year and lots of work, Mother Nature seems to be committed to.
She certainly is.
Yeah, causing issues. Anyway, the question I was going to ask, Chair, through you to the CAO is with regard to the MOU with the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority with regard to stormwater management. As I understand, the MOU is expired, and just wondering what the status might be in terms of hopefully renewing that arrangement with NVCA.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. That's an excellent question, in my opinion. Go ahead, CEO Skinner.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Doherty. I think that I'm going to ask Director Valentine to say a couple words after this if she's able to join electronically. She's remote today. There is something in the operational plan that mentions an agreement with NVCA. That's probably not the one you have in mind. The one we had on hold in our operational plan is related to the potential clean out and testing of stormwater management ponds over the years as they get silted up, which isn't quite the situation here today, but there's been excellent progress on the MOU, which I believe is, there's sort of two parts to it, and if Director Valentine could join, but I think the second part is not signed off and is with NVCA, but close to done.
Director Valentine, are you able to join us? It looks like it.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CEO Skinner. My apologies for not being there in person today, but I do have a cold and I'm keeping my germs to myself. In terms of the MOU with the NVCA, that covers planning and building activities, and that includes the review of planning applications from a stormwater management perspective as they relate to the NVCA's jurisdiction on natural hazards. That final sign-off on the MOU, which is quite improved from previous versions, and staff are quite happy with the content, are with the NVCA, and we do understand that it will be returned to us for full execution within the next couple of weeks. So CEO Skinner was correct on the timeline. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Councillor Doherty?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick follow-up with CAO Skinner. So when the MOU is completed, will part of their considerations be the Cranberry Marsh? Because you referenced the fact that the arrangement is more with, I'm going to say, man-made stormwater management ponds.
Thank you. Through you, I would say that their role in the Cranberry Marsh is somewhat limited. Of course, we're interested in looking at their intentions. They're really looking at approvals related to new development, land management of land that they own, and the town has also a role related to stormwater itself. The role of the Conservation Authority in stormwater has been somewhat reduced over the years. I would also note that potentially the contributors of stormwater to the marsh may also have obligations that are related to their longstanding, development agreements. I do believe perhaps either Director Alcoca or Director Valentine may have some finer points to add to that piece, but I think that this item with respect to the marsh is not necessarily something that is led by or driven by NVCA. They would be a partner in success.
Okay, so I'll look to Director Valentine first to see if there was anything further you'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, just to underscore the comments made by CEO Skinner that the MOU with respect to planning and building services would be addressing new applications and how those have impacts on natural hazards related to stormwater management under the NVCA's jurisdiction. So from the planning perspective, it's quite correct that there's a number of different players and facets which would need to come together to establish improvement around the water levels or an ultimate solution for the water levels. And that does include looking at older development agreements and the stormwater management plans that were on file for those projects, and to potentially enforce any infractions that are currently underway. And again, as mentioned, Director Alcoca may be in a better position to speak to that portion of the Rubik's Cube.
Director Alcoca, would you like to add any comment?
I was never able to solve the Rubik's Cube. So at the moment, I don't have anything to add, but we will be paying attention to that while we do and upgrade our stormwater management plan.
Councillor Doherty.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Was there anyone else wishing to speak? I'll just say, Mr. Marshman, sorry, we were kind of speaking around you there, but obviously you've generated some conversation. You did have a couple of extra minutes, so I'll just maybe ask if there's anything from what you heard just in those discussions that you'd like to.
Well, I think just a couple of points that I would make. Certainly, I've recently been advised, and I haven't been able to validate it, that there is a fair, that the Cranberry Marsh and the surrounding area is impacted by the Silver Creek waterway, and more specifically by various spillways that come off the Silver Creek waterway. And I understand that there is work going on in that particular area, and obviously, you know, it's a major concern to a number of people and organizations. And so I'm not sure about the impact, but that sounds like something that the NVCA would be involved in, you know, in terms of that. So I applaud the work that is going on. I would, you know, like to just reinforce that I think, you know, from our perspective and what we see on a day-to-day basis, when there are major events in the pond, it does eventually drain. And obviously the water levels, you know, come down. It's the speed at which the draining occurs that I see as the near-term big problem to solve. And, you know, while I'm not an engineer, it strikes me that the major ditches which exit the pond area to the Georgian Bay are so full of silt and growth and brush and debris that it inhibits a rapid flow out of the pond. And so it in and of itself kind of makes the increase in the water level last longer because it's taking weeks. And in fact, as I mentioned, when I walk the pond or the marsh area in August, the ground is still damp and very often in many areas. So it's not really fully draining as it did before. I mean, imagine you could cut the grass to maintain the trails. Well, now we're having trouble with boardwalks on 12 or 18-inch sonotubes, you know, that are sometimes being breached. So clearly there's a lot of water in that area. There's obviously, you know, increased development, which I think has probably exacerbated some of the conditions which you folks have spoken to. But I think it's also some of the, you know, some of the drainage which originally existed is inhibited from what it was when it was originally constructed. And so I think it is slowing the exit of water out of that area. And I would ask you to focus on that.
Again, appreciate it. And again, from council, we appreciate the efforts of the people who are associated with you in monitoring it and taking care of it. I think it does speak to what CEO Skinner said earlier about we're all eagerly anticipating the stormwater management plan. Right. It's coming very shortly, and we'll be able to get a lot of public input on the plan as it's outlined. So hopefully these types of things can find some solutions. Right. So
and again, thank you. And just so you know, anything that we can do to help, we'd be glad to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. The next item is 6.2, and it is Sister City Committee funding request for youth participant for the Kitano trip. Mr. Bob Schmuck is going to join us, a longtime committee member and organizer for our Sister City Committee, and we thank you for that, sir. And thank you for coming out today to talk to us. So
thank you. I'm quite
just
sure
give you a second because we do have some people exiting, and
oh, okay, sorry.
And as long as you're not one of them, then we're.
I will be when I'm finished.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Schmuck.
Well, I just wanted to make the comment that probably a lot of you don't know who Robert Schmuck is. Because I like to say, if you went around this town and asked 100 people who Robert Schmuck was, you'd be lucky to get 10 that know who you were talking about. But if you asked for Burger Bob, you'd get 90 people that know. So, but having grown up with the name Schmuck, becoming Burger Bob was one of the best things that ever happened to me. So having said that, good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, those in the gallery, which just depleted largely, and those out in Cyberland, wherever you may be. I guess the easiest way to say this is I come on bended knee with cap in hand. As you're well aware, you have already delegated $5,000 for this youth trip. And that was the idea behind that is that would allow one person to come and enjoy the whole trip. Basically, this trip is in two parts. One is the homestay in Kitano. And anybody, I offer this out to anybody in this entire room and in the town of Collingwood. Anybody from the town of Collingwood is invited to go and stay with someone in Kitano anytime. And the same in respect from Kitano. If someone from Kitano would like to come to Collingwood, just get a hold of us. We'll set you up with what they call homestay. Homestay seems to be a big thing in Asian countries. It's not like here where you jump in the car, head to Florida, and stop at a motel somewhere. The Asian idea is more as you go and be with somebody, much like I guess we do when you go and see family and friends. So it's an unbelievable experience. As I like to say it, it's like when you go to Kitano, it's like you're treated like royalty. They do everything for you. They take you here. They pay for everything. It's an insult if you try to reach into your pocket and pay for something. And then in return, when those people come here, we do the same thing. So having said that, now we're talking about youth. And council has already approved $5,000 for a youth to go to Japan. Now, we were talking and we have been discussed that, I mean, I'll be honest with you, on this trip, the average age is probably about 65. So we're all a bunch of old individuals. And now we have these two youthless, which is great because, of course, the youth is the next generation. And as it turns out, one of the people that are going with us, their partner decided, whoever they were going to go with, decided not to go. So now she's going to bring her 11-year-old granddaughter. So we will have 3 youth, actually, if we end up with 2 youth. And I've already done that. I took my granddaughter there when she was 12. And then I took her back again when she was 16. So she's been twice already. And as it turns out, the first time we went, we flew west. And the next time we flew east. So that means at 16 years old, she had already been around the world. Now, it took me to about 58 years to get to that point. And I'm sure there's some of us in this room that have probably never been around the world. Having said that, we discussed the fact that it would be best if these youth could stay for the entire 2-week time, because I'll be honest with you, flying to Japan and staying there for 4 or 5 days and flying right back home, you want to talk jet lag. So although the Japanese have come and done that, I remember one time, it was probably 15 or 20 years ago now, 2 people flew over here to present the mayor with an invitation to come to Japan, spent the night and flew home. How would you like that? How would you like that as being a youth at 18 years old? So I guess basically what we're asking for is another, I'd like to say 5,000, but we've got we haven't got a total commitment, but we have reached out to service clubs, and the Optimist Club has decided, they've talked about giving us $2,500. And then I guess if I could ask the council for another 2,500, that would give us 10,000, which would allow both youths to go for the entire time. So in other words, as I said, the first part is the homestay in Kitano, and then we're planning on going to Mount Fuji, and then we were going to go to Tokyo and then fly home. Now, part of the problem is that we have bought a group ticket, so there's 20 tickets have been not purchased yet. We put deposits on them, but the trouble with that is you can't deviate. If you have to all go on the same day, and you all have to return on the same day. So if these youth were only going to go for the week, it would increase the costs. And I can't imagine flying all the way to Japan and not seeing Mount Fuji. It's kind of like coming to Canada and coming to Southern Ontario and not going to Niagara Falls. Why wouldn't you? So that's the whole idea, is that we can have 2 youth to spend the entire 2 weeks. And that's about it in a nutshell.
Could I just ask before I open it up? I do believe there was some discussion amongst the committee about the possibility of holding an event when you visit the expo. Did you want to speak to that too?
Yeah, well, that was, there I go with cap in hand on bended knee again. This will be as one of the reasons that we're going on this trip is because there's a World's Fair going on in Osaka right now. It opened about 5 weeks ago, Osaka 25. On my second, I've been to Japan 4 times. This will be my 5th trip. I'm trying to equal Gloria Emo's record of 6. I would have had that actually, but the last time I went to go, I unfortunately went to the doctor about 6 weeks before I was supposed to go, and he informed me that I wasn't going anywhere. So this will be my 5th trip, not my 6th trip. But on the second one, we went to a World's Fair in Nagoya, which was, I believe, was in 2005. And at that time, the Canadian government had asked anybody that had sister city relationships to offering up the Canadian Pavilion for the day for us to host our Kitano friends. So, and I've basically organized that again to happen this time. So I've already got the reservation, I guess you might call it, at the Canadian Pavilion to host this event. And I'm hoping that there will be 50 of those people, because there's 25 of us. So everyone has a host family. So that's another 25. And then I was assuming that there would be other people such as Kifa staff, et cetera, that might want to come. So I've basically got a, good afternoon, Councillor. Sorry, you've missed most of it, but Kathy's very well informed about Kitano. So there isn't anything I've said that you probably don't already know. So I'm trying to host this luncheon, basically, but I have no money. Now, having said that, as a committee, we do have some money, but it is very limited. And we try to keep that as reserves so that we can host, when we host, we have money to pay for our hosts. As I said, when we go there, everything's for free. When they come here, everything's for free. Now, having said that, one of the biggest, or two of the biggest expenses that we have are picking them up and taking them back to the airport. Now, that's really only $30 per person. Times 2 is 60. Times 25 is suddenly $1,500. And then you have to have a party. So last year, or the last time we did it, we went out on the boat. We went on the Hironic. Because we found that was maybe the cheapest venue as opposed to renting a place somewhere. And then that way Burger Bob could handle the catering part of it. And I gave, instead of being $25, it was $10. So, but still, everything costs money. So I'm, as well as this money for the youth, I'm, as I said, on bended knee, a cap in hand, looking to see whether there'd be any money to pay for this luncheon. And that's about it, I guess. Any questions?
Okay. Well, again, thank you very much for the update to us. There is a recommendation on the agenda, but I'm not reading that in yet. I think we'll have any discussion we want to have as a council, and then see how that will progress. So I'll turn to Councillor Baines and get his input.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to bring some clarity to council about this, the status of the specific issue. On behalf of the Optimist Club, I'm a former president, but I cannot speak on behalf of my club because this request has yet to come in front of our membership, and that won't be until Tuesday, June the 10th at that point. But I would put it to you, and again, I can't speak for how my members might vote, but should the town vote this 2,500, I would think support would be there for the other half of the 2,500. But I wanted to clarify that, so thank you.
Yes, as I mentioned, the Optimist Club hasn't 100% confirmed yet.
Yeah, I think.
But I think they're leaning in that.
I'll respectfully to everybody, we won't get into discussion about the Optimists because I do think it would put Councillor Baines into a situation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Mr. Schmuck, Bob. And just wondering, do you have an estimate as to the cost to host a luncheon at the World's Fair?
Unfortunately, I do not, because I've been trying to get a hold of someone there, and it's you're familiar with dealing with government. It's been like trying to pull teeth. I've actually started this idea in January of last year, and I finally got commitment about 3 weeks ago that we actually have the space. And they were having issues with catering, so I haven't got any prices yet, but I'm assuming because they said that just costs are what they try to recover. So in other words, a $50 meal is $20 or something. And now I'm not saying a $50 meal. We were thinking, originally I thought about hosting a lunch, but then I thought, that's a lot of time. And the whole idea of going to this, I don't know if you've ever been to a World's Fair, but there's a lot to see. And you can't do it. You almost need a week to do it. We're planning on going there for 1 day. Now, we do have a free day, so I personally am going to go back that second day. So to answer your question, no, I don't have any idea of cost, but I'm thinking it shouldn't be more than $20. And if it's more than that, we just won't do it, plain and simple. So as I was mentioning, we were talking about a lunch, but now I'm thinking more of just a quick snack, like a breakfast, continental breakfast. I was thinking pancakes and maple syrup. And I believe that's something that they do have on the menu. I haven't seen any menus, so I don't know. But a couple of weeks ago was Canada Day at the Pavilion, and our cohorts in Katano were invited to it. So 6 people from Katano have already been there. And that was the one thing they were serving, which was pancakes and maple syrup. So as I'm saying, I'm just thinking maybe just do a quick little breakfast, a quick coffee, a croissant, a pancake, and then let's get on the road and keep all the glad handing to a minimum. So there again, no, I don't have an answer.
Follow up?
Yes, if I may. So I'm just wondering, thinking out loud here, if the embassy, the Canadian embassy in Japan, or alternatively, our federal government through our MP, Terry Dowdall, might be able to assist there, because it certainly is as much a national presentation, national location as it is specific to the town of Collingwood and our sister city relationship.
I've already kind of checked that out a little bit with the Consular General in Nagoya, actually. There isn't. I thought that there was one in Osaka, but there isn't. There's one in Tokyo and one in Nagoya. Nagoya is the third largest. Tokyo, Osaka, then Nagoya is the next largest city. And by large cities, they talk about Osaka being a small city. It's only 8 million. But compared to Tokyo's 20, I guess 8 is small. And I mentioned, and I've been in contact with the gentleman that's in charge of the building in Ottawa, and I mentioned this to him. I said, do you think that we could get the Councillor General to spring for this lunch? And he said, well, I'll be honest with you, Bob, that we've got our budgets cut lately and probably not. I mean, not by saying that, though, that doesn't mean that we couldn't apply. Or as you're just saying, possibly get a hold of Terry Dowdall's office and see if they can do something. So the balls are in the air at this moment. And now this is May, and we are talking September. We're going to be there just about a week and a half before the fair closes, actually. It runs from April 15th to October 15th, and we're planning on being there on the 2nd, I believe. So it's pretty hard to ask for money when you don't know how much you need, isn't it?
I'll just, is that okay, Councillor?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Jeffrey, did you want to speak? Go ahead.
Well, just jumping in, and hi, Burger Bob. So just procedurally at this point, we are not discussing the recommendation. We're simply asking questions on the deputation, or how, just to jump in and ask.
That's what I was doing at this stage, was I hadn't read in the recommendation because I knew there was thoughts about another part to it. So if you'd like, we can read in the recommendation because we will consider it. But
I think that'll help the breadth of my questions, and I'm supportive of the extra banquet money, but I do want to have discussion regarding the other part of the recommendations.
So we will do that then. I'll read in the recommendation and ask for a mover and a seconder, and then we'll have discussion about it. So the recommendation is that council support funding an additional $2,500 to enable an additional youth to participate in the Kitano Sister City trip this fall, conditional upon the additional requirement or required $2,500 to be sponsored through a local service group. So I have a mover for that. I'm sorry. The clerk just pointed out to me that we'd have to waive most. I had intended on speaking to that because Mayor Hamlin's not here today, and I know a lot of this idea generated from her. So I was thinking that we may decide not to, but I don't have a problem with the fact, but in order to hear the motion, we have to ask for waiving first. So I will ask for somebody, Councillor Potts and is moving, and Councillor Jeffrey is seconding. And this will just simply be a vote to waive the requirement for notice of motion. Councillor Baines.
Sorry, but before we proceed, I'm just thinking now with the clerk, since the service organization has been identified, I should probably declare.
This is just a vote to see if we will entertain it today. It requires 2/3, so you can participate in that. So any other questions on the notice to waive motion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. So we have that. I'm not going to read it out again. I just read it out. But I do believe we have a mover in Councillor Potts and a seconder. Or, I'm sorry, you did say that you were going to move it. So Councillor Jeffrey would move and Councillor Potts would second the recommendation.
As it is now? No, I have an amendment.
Yeah, I understand. But
yeah, but no, you can another mover and a seconder, and I'm probably going to ask the seconder.
Then I'll look for Councillor Potts to move, and I'll look for a seconder other than Councillor Jeffries. Councillor Perry. And then we have that on the floor then, and if you'd like to speak to an amendment.
Well, I'd like to amend the motion to include supporting funding of an additional $1,500 to support a banquet for participants and Kitano billet families and guests. And then I'd like them items severed between the youth and the sponsorship for the banquet.
So we'll just speak to the proposed amendment at this point in time. And then as Councillor Jeffrey said, they're going to be severed to consider. So we aren't speaking to the $2,500. We're only speaking to an amount of money that isn't necessarily identified. But I think the indication from Mr. Smuck was that you were thinking $20 or so per person. And I think you had talked about how it could be upwards of 60 or 70 people by the sounds of it. So,
Yes, I'm thinking 25 of us and 50 of them.
Mhm.
Now, it might only be 40 of them. As I said, unfortunately, the balls are in the air at this moment, and I will get back to you as far as the actual cost as soon as
I'm going to
possible.
turn to Councillor Jeffrey just to see if she has any thoughts on that.
I think I'm happy just to say up to 2,000 and then they'll land where they land in terms of attendance. Okay.
Yeah, we can always bring back change.
Is everybody comfortable that they understand the amendment that Councillor Jeffrey's putting forward? Okay, so then I'll see if anybody would like to speak to that. Councillor Doherty.
In principle, I have no concern about supporting this initiative, but I'm just wondering if we can make that amendment conditional upon no success with the federal government.
Councillor Jeffrey?
I think that would have to be an amendment to the amendment because I'm pretty comfortable that, which we don't entertain under our procedure bylaw, but that I'm content that this is our program, our sister city, and if they do pursue the federal government, that's great to help with the event, but I'm quite satisfied that this is our event and that we can fund it unconditionally if they're not able to. I just don't want to make it conditional on that, given their timelines.
Councillor Doherty?
Okay, thank you. Then through you to Councillor Jeffrey, just for clarity, you had mentioned the figure 1,500, and then you had mentioned a figure of 2,000 up to 2,000. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else in regards to the amendment that is proposed? And I have no comment as well. I'm supportive of the amendment as has been put forward with Councillor Jeffrey. So we're going to call just the amendment to vote then. And does anybody require it to be read out? Okay, so we'll call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. So we will then, if you'd like, Councillor Jeffrey, if there's anything you'd like to add now that that amendment's in place?
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess I'm having a bit of concern in terms of the youth participation and maybe some of the complications we're foisting upon the organizing committee. And although I think it was a really great idea and thought to be processed, I think none of us had the information at time as to what would maybe need to be considered to entertain sending youth as to age, like age companionship, programming, whatever, for youth in the trip. So it's not that I guess we can't, we've entered into public discussion now, but I guess for me, I think it's a lot to ask of our organizing committee. And so I'm just wondering about the wisdom of youth plus an additional youth. That's all.
I was just maybe going to turn to Mr. Smuck because I know in your presentation you only have 10 minutes, so you're looking at an overview. But it's something that had come to my mind was when it's too. And I know it says youth. In my opinion, it's young adults because you are looking at 18 to 24 as an age, I believe, for anybody going over in this capacity. So maybe as a discussion at the committee, do you see complications if you're trying to get two young adults to go?
I agree with you 100%. That just starting with sex to start with, you can't send a boy and a girl and expect them to share a room. I can't see that happening, which would then lead to separate rooms, which leads to more cost because then you have to pay the single supplement. So and then you're in your selection. Well, if we choose a young girl, then does that mean all the boys are out for the next one because you have to keep 2 girls together or 2 boys? Or what about the fact of just putting 2 teenagers together that have never met each other? Is that not a burden to put on? So there are many complications with this, and that will happen at the selection, I believe, which I'm quite sure I'll be part of it.
So I'm just going to, before I turn back to Councillor Jeffrey, I believe Clerk Thomas would like to add some comment.
Certainly. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for clarification, I have had the opportunity to work with so our Sister City Committee is an external committee, and so they have been liaisoning with the Mayor's office regarding the next steps and what would work best. We've had conversations too about sexual orientation, and I think that, we're open about it. The $5,000 does cover, though, individual rooms. So in the application process that we've been working through and preparing to go out to the public for the one youth applicant, that if we are successful, or the Sister City Committee is successful in securing the additional $5,000, we do have the full money to have youth. Youth is been categorized because of concerns from the Sister City Committee, 18 to 24, to ensure they've had in the past youth components, and if youth don't have a parental individual or someone providing consent when they're doing their activities, when they're in Japan, it does make some things difficult. We are looking at a robust campaign to help support obtaining successful youth to participate, because it was a council request through the 2025 budget. So if it is approved, we do have some plans in place on how to achieve that.
Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you. And then just as a follow-up, then I think through to the clerk, maybe just to expand on the selection process, because it is a terrific opportunity given some of the other complications you seem to be comfortable with, but I'd like to hear more about the selection process.
Any other comments from anyone? Oh, I'm sorry.
Through to the clerk, yes, thanks.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. To answer Councillor Jeffrey's question, the selection process that has been informally identified is we're looking for, since it is money that council is putting forward, there would be 2 town representatives and 2 Sister City representatives would receive the submission. So we're looking at either a video submission or an essay submission on why they're interested in this cultural experiences, as well as their community involvement. That would be evaluated, and the successful candidates put forward through that process.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for that.
Anyone else wishing to comment? Okay, before I call the vote, then I'll just add that I did have concerns about it. Some of what has just been addressed through the questions by Councillor Jeffrey. And now I'm willing to support it, because I do recognize, even with the 5,000 we put in originally, we knew it would be up to the Sister City Committee to work out the logistics of it. And from what you've talked about, you recognize some of the complications that could arise, and you're going to be taking those into account. So I'm supportive of it. It does read that it is based on you getting the further required from a local group, not specific. So if everybody is comfortable, then I'm going to call the matter to a vote, and I will ask Councillor Baines if he'd like to make it.
Unfortunately, I think since the service group has been identified, I must declare a non-pecuniary voting interest in this, so I will abstain. Thank you.
I don't think you're going to abstain, because then that's a no vote, but I think you will leave then. You will leave for the vote. Councillor Ring, were you going to put your card? I just saw your yellow card, but that's because you had your cards up. Okay. So I think we'll just give Councillor Baines a moment, and then I will call the matter to a vote unless anybody has any further to add.
You could separate.
Yes, and we already had severed. So this is just on the first part of the motion, and then we'll be voting on the motion as amended.
The
Second part. Okay. So not as amended. Okay, so everybody's clear on that? And we will call a vote then. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. We can ask Councillor Baines to come back in. And then we will vote on the amendment that was supported, that Councillor Jeffrey put forward. And you're comfortable? Okay, all those in favor? And that too is unanimous. Thank you very much. And I wasn't going to introduce you as Burger Bob, but since you brought it up, then I could say Burger Bob.
As I say, considering my last name, I'll go with Burger Bob all day long.
Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you very much for all your efforts all these years in regards to the committee. It's a great.
Someone has to do it. I actually got military volunteer, I guess you might say. Back in 2010, Ron Emo was sort of running things at that time. Ron Emo, oh God, what's his name? Brad Whitehead, Ron Emo, John Wilson. They were sort of basically the people in charge, and they all came at the same time, said, you know what, we're done. And as it turns out, this is when Gloria was dying. So that's why Ron wanted out, and I certainly can't blame him for that. But it was one of those, you know what it's like at the meeting when someone says, well, who's going to take that over? And you do one of these, you know? So I said, well, and here I am. So there again, thank you very much for your support. I'm quite sure that everything will work out well and we'll have a great time, and we'll report back to you when we get back. And as I said again, any one of you is invited. Next trip, do it. Believe me, you will have the time of your life. So, arigato gozaimasu.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have to go because my parking meter.
Have a good afternoon.
Yeah. Bye.
We have no public meetings today. So the next item on council agenda is the council minutes, and 8.1 is a recommendation is that the minutes of council committee of the whole meeting held May 12th, 2025, excluding committee of the whole recommendations, be approved as presented. And I'd ask for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Baines and seconded by Councillor McCullough. And I will, unless anyone has any discussion of the minutes, I will call, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Sorry, are we going to have an opportunity to pull any items from the minutes of that
From
meeting?
Committee of the Whole?
Yeah, from Committee of the Whole?
That's being dealt separately.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
This is just the other items from the meeting. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Again, just are we receiving them and then pulling? Because I do have an item to pull.
And I have it noted here, and that's under 8.3.1.
Didn't want to miss it. Thanks.
Yeah. They're being made the whole item separated, so that anything about those that somebody wanted to pull can be pulled. So just the remaining minutes as presented. Okay, I'll call the matter to a vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Is there any business arising from the minutes? And that's just the minutes that we just passed, not the committee of the whole items. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's any business arising from minutes in that regard. So under 8.3, we have approval of committee of the whole recommendations. And I'll read in the recommendation as presented, and it does appear that there'll be requests to sever. Recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held May 12th, 2025, contained within the May 12th, 2025 council minutes be hereby approved as presented. And we have P 2025-012, which is proposed amendment to heritage designation bylaw for Victoria Annex. We have P 2025-013, which is conditional approval and authorization bylaw to executive site plan control agreement, and that's for 180 Vacation Inn Drive. And then we have T 2025-06, which is the 2024 draft financial review. And then we have T 2025-07, which is the 2024 debt review as amended. Then we have T 2025-08, Q1 financial update. And then we also have the reports and minutes of other committees and boards. So that's the presented recommendation, and we'll vote on that, and then I'll ask if anybody would like to pull anything from those. So I'd ask for a mover, Councillor Jeffrey, seconder, Councillor Doherty, and I'll call that matter to a vote. Oh, sorry.
So this is one that now we have some you want to sever.
So you sever before the vote? Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. So before we vote, the motion's on table. I should remember the motion on table. Now we would ask if anyone is interested in severing, and I believe Councillor Potts wants to speak.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Under the reports and minutes of other committees and boards, I would like to pull the motion from the BIA recommendation. And you want me to read that motion in now, or sure?
So go ahead. Yeah.
I would like to pull the motion that council support the recommendation from the BIA board to consider the Leisure Time Club location at 100 Minnesota Street as a potential location for the Rescoped Arts Center.
And then I believe, Councillor Doherty, you're looking at something as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the staff report P 2025-13 site plan control agreement for 180 Vacation Inn Drive. Please.
Okay, so is there anything else that anybody's interested in pulling from those? Then we can go ahead and vote on those severed off, and we'd just be voting on the other items, and then we'll deal with the two separately. So I will call to vote then on all those other items being considered, and that's unanimous. And then we'll start off with Councillor Potts.
Thanks again, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So in this case, I bring this. I had received correspondence after our last meeting as to this being put back on we had voted on it in the committee. It wasn't unanimous, and I guess either way. So it was. I guess the expectation was to have it on this agenda, and it was also quoted in the media to the public that it would be put on this agenda as well. So I thought it would be the time here to, and we did have a member of council that was away at the last vote. So I think it would be for the reason I bring it back is to vote on it here, council. Thanks.
So we don't require a motion like a Councillor Potts to move it in a seconder.
Same sector.
It carries over from the previous vote that happened, but we will allow discussion on it if anybody would like to discuss. Councillor Doherty, go ahead. Yeah.
My fingers aren't sticky enough. Through you to Councillor Potts. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on the reason why you're pulling.
Absolutely. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So in this case here, generally, it's my understanding that when an item is brought to the committee of the whole, and it was a recommendation that it was defeated, but it wasn't unanimously defeated. And so in this case here, it coming to council for a to be ratified either way. I think looking at receiving correspondence, obviously from the BIA as well, because it was a recommendation from their board, and again being quoted in the media to proceed to the public that it would be back on the council agenda for today. I think that was my main reason, and again, this is a recommendation simply just to go back to have another view at it, and so that's why I pulled it for today.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty, follow
up. Thank you. I may need some assistance with this procedurally because I didn't know that you were going to be bringing this back, and I wasn't there, and I would like to have the opportunity to review further. I'm wondering how can I decline to vote today just because I'm...
Sorry, you mentioned that you weren't there. What were you referring to?
Yeah, so I missed the meeting of April, I think it was the 28th.
This is from last meeting.
Okay.
April 28th was when the minutes came.
Sorry.
That's the meeting I missed.
Right.
But the motion itself was deferred to the next meeting to collect some information. So I'll just give you a moment. Did anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Baines, you go ahead, and then I will come back to you, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I understand Councillor Potts' intention, which is fine procedurally by me, but I have no intention of changing my vote. I'll just let that know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCullough.
At that last meeting where this was discussed, there was mention of reports that were forthcoming from staff discussing the suitability of the site. And I'm wondering if we should wait to have that information on hand before we make a vote.
Councillor Potts, go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So in regards to the comments from Councillor McCullough, I look at it was stated the last meeting that there was going to be a recommendation of a site coming back with the consultants, and I looked at, in this case here, if this is a recommendation from or an ask from the BIA, I think council should have the opportunity to, if there is any potential opportunity to get this into the scope of review, now's the time to do it, because I do, when I'm being told that a consultant's bringing back a recommendation on a site when we haven't seen any other options, I think this would be the opportunity to get it into a report. So when staff does bring a report back, it's included in that report.
Councillor McCullough, any follow
up? No, just to reiterate that I'd like to have all the information available before this is pushed forward and time spent. So that would be my request.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pryor. Unless I missed it, I think in the motion that's on the floor right now from Councillor Ponce, it's to go to staff to get a review of the location. So I don't know how we'll have to wait till we get it first. All we're doing is sending it. We're not approving the site. We're sending it to staff for their review and bring back to us at a later date. Is that not what we're voting on?
The motion does say consider. Yeah.
Consider.
Just as you say, it's meant to be something that's looked at and then reported back on.
Could I hear the motion read again? Because
yeah,
please.
So the motion reads that council support the recommendation from the BIA board to consider the Leisure Time Club location, 100 Minnesota Street, as a potential location for the rescoped Arts Center. Did you want to add some clarity to that?
No, I think it's the way I interpret it. Yes, it does say to consider it as a location, but it's also waiting until the staff brings back the location recommendation to us. So, I mean, I feel comfortable voting on it today.
Councillor Doherty, before I come back to you, I do believe CEO Skinner had wanted to say something.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So the Leisure, I know that you had talked about this at the last meeting. The Leisure Time Center was in the list of areas that were considered for an arts center. They did not make the last short list. There were some concerns with the site that I think were discussed here at council as far as the buildable space and some of the utilities that and stormwater that runs under that site. There would be some additional costs and timing considerations to pull it back into the mix, and I don't know what would have changed from the earlier review. However, I did also want to ask if we could have Director Cubitt just provide a brief update about what the implications might be if council did want to put it back into the mix for review.
Okay, yes, I'll let the director speak. You do want to put the motion on the table. That's okay.
Thank you, through your chair. Yes, I'll basically just reiterate CAO Skinner's comment that we're looking at additional costs and time. We are, I think, 3 weeks away from the proposed delivery of the final phase 3 report. So we'd be looking to delay that to insert this added step. I reached out to see if I could get an estimate on cost and timeline. I don't have that yet from the consultants. But we would have to accept there would be those additions, and we would certainly look to see if there is new information that would change the recommendation from phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, as Councillor Potts has said, his expectation was this motion was going to be on the agenda, and it's unfortunate that it's come up the way it has because it hasn't given a lot of time for maybe some of the other input, but you're still looking to have this voted on today. Okay. Clerk Thomas.
Certainly, since it wasn't a unanimous vote and it was defeated on a 4-4 tie at the last meeting, it in accordance with the procedural bylaw should have been separated. So it is worthy of being decided on separately here today. I'll just note, though, that the original recommendation did have that at the beginning of the support of looking at another potential location for consideration, that it would be the recommendation be forwarded to the appropriate parties for review in the evaluation of locations for potential arts center. That was the preamble, so that should be included as part of this motion. That was from the BIA's recommendation.
So, Councillor Potts, would you consider that a friendly amendment to make reference to it going to the appropriate parties?
That was the original recommendation.
Would you look at that as a
friendly absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy to.
And Councillor, I'm trying to think who was a seconder? Were you the seconder? I can't remember.
It was severed based on the mover and seconder of the full motion being Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Doherty.
Original. Okay. Yeah. So you're okay with that as a friendly amendment. Is everybody comfortable with that being added as wording for clarity? That it's going back to the appropriate parties for their review? Okay. I do want to come back to Councillor Doherty because I was giving her some time there to consider.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize. This was coming back as a surprise to me. So I just wanted to review it once again. So I'm comfortable voting. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'm going to support this because my recollection of the motion the last time it came to council was that we were removing a specific location, that they were going to go back and scale the project down into the modular considerations, so that we had removed a location. So if it's coming back with a proposed location, we really haven't had input into the locations for it to be proposed on in its new size and cost. So for me, I think it makes perfect sense to get it to the consideration now, if that's council's wish, because after, then you are exponentially adding a lot of costs. We have visited the Leisure Times site already, but it was based on the larger footprint. So I don't think that we can say we already looked at it. Well, we did, but just not with the new reduced footprint and the great ideas that I think are coming from the consultants. So for me, it makes the most sense to get it there now and have it considered with the smaller footprint.
Okay, any further comments? Councillor Potts, go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just briefly, and again, in regards to potentially any additional costs or what could be put towards that, I'm happy with that, because if I'm going to be accountable to the public and making a decision on this scope of project or this size and with this dollar amount, I want to make sure that we have all the options on the table. So I think again, being told it's being delayed, that doesn't bother me a bit, and I'm quite happy to wait to get the proper information to make the proper decision. So thanks.
Okay, Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Just quickly to add to that, if we're asked to consider not dealing with it today because it might delay it, I'd like to add that we also had to give the consultants extra money and extra extension because we were supposed to get this report probably 3 months ago and we still haven't got it. So I mean, for us to delay it a little bit because yes, it had come before council before, but not this council. I don't know how many people were on this council when it was considered, and it is a different footprint as Councillor Jeffrey said. So it's not comparing apples to apples. It's apples to oranges, where we're asking for a different size building to fit on that piece of property, and maybe now it will fit. That's all we're asking. It's just to reconsider, and I could support it.
Thank you. Anyone further comment? Okay, I'm going to support it as well. I'm not going to go over the reasons. They're the same as what we've heard. So I am prepared to call the matter to a vote and look to all those who support it. And that's 5 and opposed. And so noted 3. So that is moved, that is approved. Councillor Doherty, we'll turn to you. You wanted to speak to the 180 vacation item.
Thank you very much, Chair. Since this matter has come before Committee of the Whole, we have received correspondence from residents in the adjoining condominium development, based on the report that we had seen from staff 2 weeks ago, and quite frankly, this matter has been in front of council now. I think that was the 3rd time, and it was certainly my understanding that all of these matters had been resolved with those residents. So I'm just wondering, I did forward this question to Director Valentine, but I'm just wondering if she could offer clarity.
Yes, I think it's a great idea because I know she had given us some information, but it'd be good to speak to it publicly. So Director Valentine, are you available, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and certainly would defer to Manager Ayers as the author of the report as well to provide any additional clarification beyond my comments. As Councillor Doherty indicated quite correctly, the matter has been before Council a number of times, including a public meeting associated with the applications for what we call the principle of development, which would be the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment. So the site plan at this point in time is dealing with those granular details of site arrangement and access and those types of minor items. Under the Planning Act, there is no public meeting required for a site plan application, but it does come forward. These older plans that are still under council's authority to approve does still come forward through Committee of the Whole, and we also received the same 2 pieces of correspondence that Councillor Doherty is mentioning. I think it bears note that there is some potential confusion between some of the comments made with respect to the site plan application itself and the other positive outcome that was not part of the site plan application proper, but was generated by discussion around this application, which was to bring together the hotel landowner and the various condominium corporations to discuss a shared facilities agreement between those private entities to determine the ongoing operation, maintenance costs, and so on for the existing private infrastructure throughout the site. So the letters do indicate that those conversations remain ongoing. Although a draft of a shared facilities agreement was produced, it has not yet been finalized. The caution that we would offer to council is that the shared facilities agreement, which has not yet been finalized, and there is still outstanding concerns according to the residents who have communicated with us, is outside of the site plan application. It's a private agreement between the entities, and the town is not involved as a party, nor is the town able to influence the content of that agreement or include it as a condition of the site plan approval. So staff would suggest that as far as the site plan application itself, the public comments have been appropriately addressed as outlined in the staff report. But the condominium corporations working together with the hotel landowner to address the legacy issue of existing private facilities is still an ongoing conversation that will continue past council's decision on the site plan. I'll leave it there, Chair, but would certainly offer Manager Ayres an opportunity if there's additional commentary she wished to add.
Yes, we will do that, Councillor Doherty. I know you asked for Director on plan, but we'll also go through and see if Manager Ayres wants to add anything. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just layering on to what Director Valentine provided, I would just note that the town solicitor has been very comprehensively involved in reviewing all of the private access and servicing related easements associated with the Georgian Bay Hotel lands. Years of review and reviewing agreements and legal easements, and based on the two conditions that pertain to securing some final private easements as recommended in the conditional approval or the recommendation before council, the town solicitor has confirmed that all of the necessary easements to support for both servicing and access to support the proposed development will be in place upon satisfying those two conditions noted in the report.
Any follow-up, Councillor Doherty?
Yes, thank you. That certainly allays my concerns. It is unfortunate that the parties seem not to be able to come to an agreement as to the sharing of space and facilities, but that would be on them, and I assume that that's going to be part of their discussions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else wishing to speak about it? Okay, so I'm just going to check with the clerk. Unfortunately, sir, this is council and there's no opportunity for public input. I'm just going to turn to clerk. We'll have to pass this because we had severed it just as is.
As is, same movement, second.
So we already have a mover and a seconder, and we're just voting then on that one particular item, which is the P 2025-013 conditional approval and authorization bylaw to executive site plan control agreement for 180 Vacation Inn Drive. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. And that completes 8.3.1. We have no staff reports. We'll move into bylaws. And the recommendation is that the following bylaws be hereby enacted and passed this 26th day of May 2025. 10.1, bylaw number 2025-044, being a bylaw to assume Van Dolders Industrial Subdivision. 10.2, bylaw number 2025-045, being a bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement at lands addressed as 180 Vacation Inn Drive. And do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Potts and Councillor McCullough. And any discussion of the bylaws? Not seeing any, so I'll call that to vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. We have one departmental update, which is the Sunset Point parking updates, and it's going to be Manager Martin, I believe, that will, and Manager Herod that will be joining us. And I do believe we have a presentation as well. So I will turn to Manager Herod. I don't see Manager Martin. So go ahead, Manager Herod.
Thank you very much, Council. So good afternoon. I don't know where, oh, there she is, Manager Martin is there right now. So I'll get her to start and then I will conclude with the final slide. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my computer was a little slow to react. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak with Manager Herod about the Sunset Point parking update. So this departmental update will discuss measures currently being undertaken to address the parking pressures at Sunset Point while the water treatment plant construction is underway. Next slide, please. So this slide provides an overview of 3 potential locations for proposed parking expansion areas that we worked with an engineering firm to discuss. So with the water treatment plant expansion currently underway, we have lost about 50 parking spaces, and this reduction has led to a noticeable shortage of available parking, especially during peak operating times. And to better serve both residents and visitors and to prevent overflow into the surrounding residential areas near Sunset Point, additional parking solutions are urgently needed. In response, staff have been working closely with an engineering firm to identify potential areas around Sunset Point for expanded parking. So the next few slides will outline 3 capital work projects scheduled for this year that aim to increase parking capacity. The first 2 projects are expected to be completed by the end of June, while the third project is anticipated to be finished in the fall. And this is due to the requirement to have engineer drawings prepared that address drainage, as well as the formal tender process that requires it to be posted in the market for 30 days. And then the final slide in the presentation will be on the parking management measures and how operationally the town will manage parking at Sunset Point. Okay, so Area 2 proposed parking expansion. So this parking area will be constructed with a granular surface. It is just located west of the Chipper's Canteen building, and it is going to be curbside angular parking. So we'll have bumper curbs installed along the asphalt trail to prevent cars from overreaching onto the trail. This will add approximately 16 parking spaces, and it's being constructed to be a temporary parking solution until the water treatment plant parking lot is completed, just due to the cars having to back out onto the road and the narrowness of the road. So that it's being constructed as kind of a temporary. Next slide, please. Area 3 is the west end of the park, making an expansion of the Black Rock washroom area. It will also be a granular surface, and we will move the boulders appropriately to allow for the cars to park on the lawn section. We will need to include an accessible parking space in this new area due to the quantity of parking spaces being added. And that accessible parking space will be identified with the appropriate signage. Next slide, please. So Area 1, proposed parking expansion. This is the current gravel parking lot by the Sunset Point Pavilion. So this parking lot does require engineer drawings, formal tender process, and contract administration. Estimated cost is about $180,000, which is currently included in our capital budget. And the target completion date for this parking lot is by the end of year. So historically, this lot has been underutilized by Collingwood residents. And to improve usage, it will now be open to the general public for parking. Previously, it was reserved for Collingwood residents only. The 30 angled parking stalls along St. Lawrence Street will remain reserved for Collingwood residents registered with Hotspot. And I'll turn over the last slide to Manager Harrod to talk about parking management measures. So next slide, please.
Thank you, Manager Martin. So to improve parking efficiency and user experience, we've implemented both a combination of signage enhancement and operational strategies, which I will speak to right now. So in terms of signage enhancements, we will be installing more seasonal no parking signs to clearly indicate parking restrictions. So previously these were erected at each entry point to Sunset Point. So we will be adding additional parking signage throughout and on other residential streets so that this is communicated clearly to the public. Larger paid parking signs will be installed at lot entrances to improve visibility and reduce confusion for visitors. We will also be adding additional FastApp payment signs to make payment processing quicker and more intuitive, especially with the expansion of these other areas. So in terms of operational strategies, during peak times, we will continue using the park full barricades to reduce unnecessary traffic circulation. Proactive patrols will be continued at the waterfront locations to ensure compliance with not only parking, but other municipal bylaws and ensure that issues, if they do come up, are addressed promptly. When safety or parking is at risk, when safety is at risk as a result of parking, such as road obstructions, staff will undertake to tow or remove vehicles to maintain access for emergency response routes, and this will be used in the event that there is a full obstruction, not just a single row or a single vehicle parked on a road that shouldn't be parked there. Also, more bike racks will be installed around playground areas to encourage residents within Collingwood to bike instead of driving to the park. And finally, we will be working with our communications team to send out proactive messages ahead of long weekends and other times that the park may be busy and encouraging people to use these to bike to the park and also to reduce driving if possible. So those are kind of the parking management measures that will be undertaken in addition to the parking areas that will be expanded. So I think that's it. So if there's any questions that council may have, we're happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I will turn to council and ask if anybody would ask any questions. Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Director Martin. If I remember, Area 2 was the temporary parking spot worth 16 spaces west of the chipper, as I remember. Area 1 was 32 spaces permanently, which will probably be the fall because of all the planning, etc. Remind me about Area 3 then, which is to the west of Black Rock, I think that you mentioned. Is that temporary or permanent? And remind me when that would come on stream. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Baines, the parking lot to the west of the Black Rock Washroom will take, I believe, an additional 9 spots, and that will be completed in June. And I also forgot to mention when the water treatment plant is completed, I believe there's 45 parking spaces there that will be formally identified, not the gravel lot, but it'll be a paved lot there. Yes, thank you.
And just as follow, the Black Rock spaces will be permanent or temporary?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I believe permanent. It is going to be a granular surface so that if we do find, it's not appropriate or whatnot, it can be removed, but it will be a granular surface and it can remain permanent.
Great, thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. First of all, I'll just say that this is very resourceful and much needed way to create more parking at Sunset Point for those who drive. There was a couple of references to bike racks. I'm just wondering how our bylaw staff will be conveying themselves to and from and around Sunset Point Park.
Go ahead, Director Martin.
Sorry, I believe that is for Manager Harrod. Sorry.
Yes, I can answer that. So through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Doherty. Bylaw staff do have bikes that they utilize in the summer months. So staff, as they patrol, will be utilizing those bikes to make sure that all available parking is able to be utilized by people visiting the park.
Follow up?
Perfect. Lead by example. Thanks.
Hey, any other comments from anyone? I would like to ask, this isn't parking, but this is the trail, and just get an update on it. As we all know, last year, the trail that is adjacent to the construction area for the water treatment plant had to be terminated, I guess would be the right term. So I just wondered, is anything going to change with that this year, or will it still remain closed along the border of the shoreline there?
Yes, to answer Deputy Mayor's question, it will still be closed due to all the construction activity happening behind the building. So yeah, it won't be open until construction is safe to allow the public in.
So that certainly won't be this year.
No.
But we wouldn't be certain about next year then.
No, I think it'll be for the length of the construction period.
Okay. I do believe Councillor Ring, did you want to ask a question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, it's more of a comment when this particular question was just asked. I quite often go down there just to keep an eye, make sure everything's going smooth. But anyways, yesterday I observed there's people using the trail now. They're walking around the fence on the far water side. They're going around it anyway. So I would say it's open now.
I had a similar experience last year. I had people who right in front of me just completely ignored the signage, and I made Director Martin aware of it. So I know they're diligently looking after that. There's only so much you can do to try to keep people from doing that. The other thing I know too, certainly when we talk, we're advising that it looks like it's going to be closed. If there's any opportunity, or when the opportunity presents itself to safely open that, I know that our staff will be working on doing that. It's troubling to everybody, the fact that we have to terminate the trail there because it is such a popular spot, but the construction has to go on, and everybody has to stay safe. So in that regard, I hope people pay attention to the signage that's there. Any other items? Okay, so we'll move on. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we'll move now to consent agenda. And the general consent items is a correspondence list and can be viewed on the agenda and meeting portal. The correspondence list includes items considered as bulk communications, not specific to the town of Collingwood, and is of general nature and that are not included in the consent agenda below. So the recommendation is that council herein receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. The first item is 12.1, and it's proclamation, and May is Museum Month. 12.2 is proclamation as well for the Victorian Order of Nurses Week 2025. 12.3 is our proclamation for Yes in My Backyard Week. 12.4 is letters that have been received regarding support for Georgian Triangle Humane Society Municipal Capital Facilities Agreement. And then 12.5 is the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing notification letter regarding Bill 17. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Ring is the mover and Councillor Jeffrey is the seconder. Is any of those items, does anybody wish to pull? Not seeing anything. I'm not going to pull 12.5, but I am going to ask if CEO Skinner can give us some of her insight in regards to it. So should I do that before vote? So we can vote to receive, and call that matter to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. And so what I was going to ask is, I think we've all seen that it's quite a detailed notice letter that we've got, the most recent notice letter that we got. So I just thought if I could ask CEO Skinner to comment on anything that she sees of note at this point in time. And then it does say in the notification letter that comments can be sent in, and it has a deadline, I believe, in early June. So I just maybe turn to Director or CEO Skinner and ask for your comments on that notification.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks for the heads up. I was able to confer quickly with a few of the directors, actually all of the directors, a few of whom have replied about the items in Bill 17. So Bill 17 is put forward. It's an omnibus bill by the government, and it's looking at it seems to be concentrated largely on helping to build housing and helping projects to advance more quickly. I did have some high-level thoughts on it. It does say that they'll limit the prescribed studies for planning applications, which may limit what council or staff can ask for as well, particularly where those are carried out by certified professionals. Probably the town would have liability in any case if things go wrong, although I do seem to think that if things are built and we're not quite built the way that they should be, that the town can have quite a bit of work afterwards to deal with those items. And there may be some concern about transparency for work of professionals that are paid for by a developer and can no longer be reviewed by a neutral third party. So we don't review all the reports. It depends on whether there's expertise in-house and the importance of that report, how pivotal it is to the project. But if that ability was taken away, council and staff would no longer have that avenue. One other thing that it could possibly do is to take away the ability to collect interest on deferred DCs. So what that means is that if council and staff had set up a development charge intentions, we usually attempt to get the money, at given times, so that when all of a mass of those developments are built, we're able to build the library extension or the infrastructure that's required. If interest hasn't been paid, then we may be in the situation where you don't have enough money to build the thing that the development charge was intended for. There's one thing there that I like, which is that the minister could, for a ministerial zoning order, put conditions on a ministerial zoning order. So those of you will recall, we have one ministerial zoning order here in Collingwood, and we have an associated development agreement. If that could have all been included right in the minister's zoning order to begin with, it could be a streamlined approach for municipalities, especially if the municipal councils agreed with and recommended some of those conditions. It does also talk about removing the planning steps, some of the planning steps for schools. And that sounds like a good thing, but I do sometimes wonder about building a complete community and where and how schools are placed being of interest to councils. So I would want to know a bit more and Director Valentine had some more details on that related to the placement of portables, and they now would restrict that zoning bylaws cannot prohibit any parcel of urban residential land to be used as a school. So I don't know if it's worth writing a letter. I don't know if one voice from the 444 municipalities would make a difference in the province's 30-day consultation period on this omnibus bill, but those were the items that seemed to be highlights for Collingwood's current interests.
Thank you. And I had considered pulling it and actually looking to the council to support sending a letter. But the difficulty, as I understand it in discussions and just what CO Skinner's presented, is there's no detail. So you'd be commenting on something and not really know what the regulation or legislation may be. So I think it's unfortunately a case of where, in my opinion, I'm not going to ask for that as a result. I was concerned when I read through it because there's an extensive list of things that they're proposing, and I was concerned, especially on the DC side, from a cash flow standpoint, thinking that there could be impact there while we're in the middle of trying to get infrastructure in the ground a lot quicker than we would have in the past, and the challenges financially to do that. Any other cash flow hindrances just add more complication, in my opinion. But again, we don't know the regulation because it's not anything more than just what they're proposing. So I'll go ahead, Councillor McCullough.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in. Thank you. On your point, there were two things on the development charge issue. One was delaying from permit to occupancy, which, depending on the type of structure, could be 6 months to 3 years. So that is a cash flow impact. Excuse me. The second was this merging of services covered by development charges and offsetting credits, which could effectively reduce the total amount of development charges collected, apparently. But again, not enough detail to really dig in. But to me, there are two potential financial impacts that we need to monitor. Thank you.
Yes, and I do know that AMO, in a collective voice, has voiced these concerns, and the FCM has followed up on anything that is to do with federal. So a lot of the message has already gone that would be probably contained in anything we send as an individual. So I'll turn to Councillor Doherty.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And you are correct that AMO actually was working with BUILD in consultation with the ministry, and there are certain recommendations that have come forward or proposed, I should say, proposed legislation that AMO is supportive of, but not all of it. And I think the CAO has flagged those extremely well. And also Councillor McCulloch, I think that it would be well worthwhile. We have until June 12th to register comments on the ERO. I think we should do that and copy our comments and concerns to AMO and our MPP.
Okay, so I was hoping we could just leave it in staff hands at this point in time, because we would have a meeting on June 9th if they felt they needed to have a formal motion. And CO Skinner, would you be okay with that?
Yes, we're okay with that. We could certainly submit the highlights of our comments, including Councillor McCulloch's comment on the other additional financial item to the portal.
Clerk Amos, we don't need a motion on that. That's just, or would you prefer?
I defer this to the CAO.
I think better to have a motion.
You want to put some wording forward?
So this would be noticed because we would deal with this on June 7th, correct? Yeah. Or
I
no,
think then.
which is
I
tight,
think what we'll
actually.
do then is we'll actually first vote to waive notice.
Yeah.
Waive notice, not modus. And because I do think we need to deal with it now in order to have staff have enough time. So at this stage, we would be voting to waive notice on a motion in regards to the piece of correspondence. And it's moved by Councillor Doherty and seconded by Councillor Ring. And this is just on to waive motion. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. So then we can deal with your motion and get a seconder.
Thank you. And hopefully the clerk can help me with some of the verbiage. But my motion would be that council would direct staff to provide comment to the items included under Bill 17, specifically impacting the Development Charges Act and the Planning Act, and submit those comments on the ERO in advance of the June 12th, June 11th deadline. Thank you. Some of the commenting opportunities have different deadlines, which adds to the confusion further. But let's go with the earlier date.
Clerk Almus, are you okay with what's been put forward? Would someone wish to second that? Councillor Jeffrey? And we will put it on the floor for discussion if anybody would like to comment. I'll just see if there's any other comments. So and I would have asked you if you wanted to comment first or last. So go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, this is my oversight. We should copy AMO on this and our MPP.
And Councillor Jeffrey, you're okay with that? So anybody wishing to comment on what's being proposed? Then I'll call the matter to vote. All those in support? And that is unanimous. Clerk Almus is okay. All right. Under county report, a brief matter that I wanted to update on is that a project overview is being brought forward to receive consent to commence a Simcoe-wide transit service delivery review. The project will explore options surrounding enhanced integrated transit service in Simcoe County. A goal is to establish a service delivery model that would include governance modeling. There will be two parts to it, a review of the current state of transit, and then high-level options will be assessed. The project's expected to be completed in summer of 2026. I also wanted to check with council to see if there's any questions regarding the latest update by Simcoe County staff on the January 1st, 2026 changeover from Simcoe County to the chosen CMO for recycling service throughout the county. Probably would be, I'm thinking I sent the information to everyone on the weekend about the report. If you had a chance to consider it, I just thought if there was any questions, Councillor Jeffrey and I are here and could hear them and we could take them forward for tomorrow. And if there's not, then you're aware of it and we can report back after the meeting tomorrow. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just is this would touch on the discussions we briefly had with the BIA and that kind of collection as well. Are we talking the same thing here?
It's part of it, unfortunately. And we heard Warden Clark say this on Thursday to confirm it, but it is in the report that Councillor Jeffrey and I saw, and we had to chat about this. Unfortunately, they've had no success with the lobbying of the province for small commercial, industrial, and institutional pickup. They continue to lobby, and they're going to continue to lobby, but we still haven't been successful in convincing the province that they should be included under the regulation of making it a requirement of the producers to have that picked up.
So just to follow up, I guess, in two parts. So one, is there any potential that correspondence could be passed on to the BIA just in regards to an update on that? And two, would council need support, or is there anything that the BIA could do as far as supporting correspondence to go to the county to maybe talk with the province if there's anything that they could help with there? Because it's going to be obviously a significant change and not for the good. So any information would help.
We can certainly keep that in mind tomorrow when we're at the county for the discussion of the report. It very well could be that something comes out of that which is directed towards that. So we can report back to council and yourself so that you can let the BIA know about that particular item. There are some highlights within the report that look favorable, but there are the other ones, and they may offset more than we would like, but it's quite clear that it's not going to be directed that Simcoe County does recycling anymore. So it'll be trying to that. I think when we also come back, most likely we'll be talking about how to work in conjunction with the county on advising the public of the change, because most things will remain the same, the collection days and things like that, but we'll want to make sure that it's a robust announcement out there so everybody's pretty comfortable about it. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. If I may offer this thought, that really the province has dropped the ball on implementation of waste management or changes to the waste management, because at one point in time, ICI was very much a part of it. And now we seem to not have legislation to make that all inclusive.
That's totally correct. It had been part, and then it was eliminated through regulation coming from the province as to what Simcoe County was required to do. They still maintain some service that was outside the parameters, the multi-res that we just heard about last meeting and that. But so I think, as I said, Councillor Jeffrey and I can keep that in mind when the discussions are happening tomorrow, and report back on it. The other matter I would just speak on as well is Council's decision to defer voting on the statutory notice of the Simcoe County Council bylaw that was for a 17-member governing body. You'll recall that one of the reasons we decided to delay it until June 9th was because there was going to be a governance committee review of the weighted vote system, and possibly changes put forward that may be a factor in our decision about reducing to 17. In fact, if there were possibly changes to certain aspects of the weighted votes, say that they would want to use annual tax levy percent per municipality rather than the current electoral vote base, there would actually be a requirement for a triple majority vote on that as well. So certainly we would want to know all of that before deciding on the 17th. So I shared with the with council the governance governance committee report, which includes some recommended options that is on tomorrow's county agenda, and was going to ask today if there's any questions about it. If there were thoughts or concerns, Councillor Jeffrey, as our alternate county, will be attending, and or myself would be pleased to consider those in their discussions as well. So if there's any questions specifically in that the report options that that I had provided. And looked like it. So I was just going to remind all that the reduction to 17 would still maintain what we just talked about, the alternate system. The intention, in fact, is to strengthen it even more at both the county and municipal levels to further ensure that our Collingwood allotted vote always gets counted. In that regard as well, an additional change that is being considered tomorrow is to formally put a hybrid participation model in place. And what it'll involve is right now, the warden can call meetings that are considered to be hybrid. And in those cases, council members are allowed to participate remotely. There's going to be a formal process put in place. And it's going to be discussed tomorrow, so I'm not going to go into detail of it because some things could change. But what it's meant to do is, as I said, ensure that each municipality is going to have somebody voting at the appropriate time. So I think those two recent features, because the alternate system has only been in place commencing in 2014-18 term, and it's a way of providing assurances that other previous county councils didn't have, which when they were considering things like governance options, unless there was some of these other ways with an alternate or with a hybrid participation, there was always a chance you might not be able to participate. So we know that there's a lot to process in the deliberations on this historic vote, except for the original vote on the safeguard of undertaking a majority rules vote at 16 municipalities in the last 182 years of governance. It was one of the other reasons that we suggested maybe we take a little more time to give council the ability to look through things. I'm guessing that you probably think that further details always get added in the process. But Mayor Hamlin and Councillor Jeffrey and myself, we're available to if you have any questions or anything like that over the next couple of weeks. And because you're entirely right, it's a bit of a moving target for councillors who are not completely embedded and familiar with the council operations. We also chose to take advantage of the time to ensure our consideration would go through the committee of the whole process first, because of the public interest opportunity that is less formal, and then if it remained on the then it would be if it remained on the council agenda. That's a little unusual as well, because it's not a case of where we're going to get a municipal staff report on this. There is only the county clerk department reports and minutes of discussions at county. So I thought it might be appropriate just for Clerk Amos to review. When it comes to a committee of the whole vote, we actually had a discussion about the item that Councillor Potts brought forward from previous committee of the whole, because I was surprised it wasn't separated, and as Clerk Amos says it should have. I was thinking of the same thing with this vote on the reduction. We'd vote on it at committee of the whole. We could decide to waive at that point in time notice and complete it. But if not, then it would stay on the committee of the whole, and the ability to discuss it and vote on it further at the council level, other than just having it go through. But I'm going to just get Clerk Amos to verify that.
Thank you. Through Deputy Mayor Fryer to address the question. The matter comes to each clerk of the municipalities of the county. It was required to go before council. So we put it on the council agenda. Council at the last meeting, or maybe in the yes, it would have been the last meeting, made the decision to defer it until June the 9th and defer it to committee of the whole. So you will be having the conversation on June 9th during the committee of the whole. And if you wish to actually make that motion or ratify that decision at that meeting, you would have to make the final decision once you rise from committee of the whole.
And again, not to jinx us, I think another very important part of the reason why we didn't vote last week was because Councillor Perry was absent. We have Mayor Hamlin absent today, so I'm really hopeful that either the 9 will be here or remotely participating. But even if it didn't, it still could be the next meeting that councillor would have an opportunity to vote. I think it's very, very important that all 9 members vote. So the other comment I'll make, that if it doesn't go through the triple majority where 9 of the 16 support it, then we'll be bringing back another bylaw for 33. So I'm not sure when that would happen, but that's just to say we may not be done with it on the 9th either. That all being said, would anybody have any questions at this stage with everything that's being thrown at you? Go ahead, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm just looking for some county clarification on this. So this is a big vote. It's a big decision coming up. And now I hear with the hybrid model of potential meetings and that, how come we didn't have any say or any contribution on the compensation or with the adjustment of the review for the county councillors?
The explanation would be that it doesn't require triple majority. And it is one of those cases that that's a vote that happens at county, and it went through. I'll readily admit that it is one that Mayor Hamlin and I differed on, but it's gone through, and there's no consideration that has to come back to the council. It's only on this governance change, which is the number of members, and of course the addition of a full-time warden. Go ahead.
Yeah, and just to follow up, so just kind of an overview that potentially if this vote happens, it reduces the number of county councillors. The compensation was significantly increased with the potential of hybrid option meetings now moving forward. Am I understanding that clearly?
Yeah, whether it's a hybrid meeting or not, the compensation for attending meeting would be the same. I'm looking at Councillor Jeffrey in case she has a different opinion, but it generally is the amount, and I'm actually trying to gather some information about that I was hoping to provide everybody with, but I still haven't got it from Treasury. They generally feel there's 20 meetings. So when the compensation level is set, it's usually factored out to how much that averages out on 20 meetings. And I think then adjustments made if it turns out that there's more meetings or not. But the compensation that has been approved is an annual amount for each member. Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I was going to say that because kind of the part that I got fussed about was that alternates were still going to get paid the $300 a meeting to go, but the county councillors were still getting paid their annual fee, and that per meeting amount would be for their reading and everything significantly more. And I didn't think it was appropriate, the alternate process that was in place in terms of to encourage participation. That was one thought that came to mind. I don't know where that ended up with because I wasn't at that meeting to vote on that. And then the other thing in terms of the hybrid meetings, there's several options, but just for Councillor Pott and council members, there are occasions when it is only hybrid. There are 3 meetings in a year that are only hybrid. There are other meetings where it must be in person. So there is a proposed option where a county councillor could participate hybrid into up to 4 meetings during the year, other than those already stipulated by the warden. So it's kind of, obviously the ones that can be done hybrid typically occur over the bad weather months, so January, February, March.
I'll just add before I do follow up. I completely agree with Councillor Jeffrey. The way that the alternates were compensated, in my opinion, wasn't fair. When you're dealing with $300 and then the councillor who doesn't attend, that they're attending for, was getting 600, the differential isn't that big. But if you're talking instead of $1,800 or $900 a meeting, you're talking $2,500 a meeting, then it has to be sorted out. And the intention of the House was that if it goes through and receives triple majority support, the alternate is going to be looked at very strongly, because it'll be critically important that the alternate actually is strengthened. And I believe strongly that it would need to be strengthened here at our municipal level as well. But I'll save that conversation for when we're voting on the item. But Councillor Potts, do you have any follow-up?
No, I'm good for now. Thanks for that.
And Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just make a comment, something that's kind of sticking in my craw, and that would be the fact that our representation, our weighting, were we to go to the reduced size of council, is based on population, but our assessment, what we're remitting to the county, is based on our property assessment, our MPAC assessments town-wide. It just seems to me that it should be one thing or another, but when it comes to waiting for county decisions that will have likely impacts on the total assessment that will go back down to each member municipality, that all of the, sorry, I'm getting confused with myself, that our weighted vote and our contributions, dollar contributions to the county, should be based on the same parameter. And I would suggest that that should be our MPAC assessment.
The weighted vote using the electoral count for each municipality is something embedded in the Simcoe County Act, and that there needs to be voting by representation. We're lucky in Collingwood's case because it turns out that our assessed value puts the same percentage of revenue in that the weighted vote that we get works out. So it's not something that I've put on my radar only because of that. I don't disagree with you that you could make a contention that it should be based on revenue instead of on electoral vote, but that is the principle behind it, is representation by population. And one of the things that's happened over the years of that being in place is the ones that are putting in more or putting in less, some of those percentages have changed. In our case, it hasn't. I looked back at 2018 and we're almost bang on. Still the same amount of revenue is 7.5, 7.6%, and the electoral is 7.5 or 7.6%. So we don't have that discrepancy that others do, but it's grown in the case of the larger and gotten smaller in the case of the smaller. So it's where a lot of the contention has come from in regards to what's being put forward by other municipalities. So as I said, I don't disagree, but it is fairly much embedded, I believe, right in the Simcoe County Act, that there's representation is by population. And I don't foresee any way, shape, or form that tomorrow there would be a vote to change the weighting, but until we've gone through it and we know that for certain, I would have been completely hesitant with voting on it today just because we've seen a report, because that report hasn't been accepted. So I am going to actually go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey, if you want to add something.
No, just one little question too. In the report, it said about the weighted votes having to be called before the vote. And I think that's a change because before you would do the single votes by majority in county council, and then someone would call for a weighted vote after they saw the results. So now I think it is a change in it. I may be wrong, that you have to call for the weighted vote before the majority vote is done.
No, you're right. That's one of the options being put forward. In my opinion, one of the reasons you had the latter, which was you could immediately after a one vote each vote call for weighted, was to avoid weighted votes being called all the time. Right. So, and what might help reduce that is the decision by county council on the other option that's being put forward, which it's being proposed that weighted votes would only be applicable at budget time. Now that has to be decided, but if that happened, then you don't have that fear of all these other votes having a call for a weighted vote just because they don't want to risk that they'll lose it on the one vote. So I'm pretty much sure that it's clear as mud at this point in time for everybody, right? But we do have time and you do have resources. So please, I think it was good discussion to have today. And then hopefully you'll be working on being prepared for action. Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Just one simple question. I think through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Jeffrey, since she's the alternate. I'm assuming that the alternate's role is much like that of an alternate juror, in that you must hear all the evidence, listen to everything, read all the reports, so that you can step in at a moment's notice. And if that being the case, you should certainly receive, in my opinion, whatever rate, per diem rate, that the full member does, I would think. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So through to Councillor Baines, I would go so far as to say, even if you're not attending the meetings, you need to keep up because there's the things that happen in between. So you do need to. So the Deputy Mayor is very good at keeping me in the conversation and up to date. And also kind of a flaw in the county system is that the alternates don't get emailed. So the deputy mayor will get an email and then you'll say, did you get this email? Well, no, because I'm an alternate. I didn't get it. So it is a bit of it's not a perfect setup, but they work hard at it. And I was going to make another point there. Anyway, you're right.
And we're lucky in Councillor Jeffrey's case because she's so familiar with so many other aspects, so it's easier for her to adapt. But without question, the intention is to make the alternate a much stronger situation. There'll be possibly alternate participation on committees. The alternate, I'll even throw it out there because it's something that I've bounced around at this level. And municipally, we may decide that the alternate goes one meeting and the mayor goes the other meeting. That's something that we can discuss, right? Because I think the alternate's a great program, other than the fact the way they're compensated right now, and others things such as, just as Councillor Jeffrey said, they're not always copied with the correspondence, and they really should be. But those things are to be worked out. Regardless of the outcome, I do believe that there'll be improvements to the alternate situation because of some of the inequities that are there and have been identified. Okay, so thank you for that. As I said, I know that's a lot, but I'm glad we had the conversation. We're going to move into motions. And the first motion is in regards to confirming AMO delegation submissions. I'm going to read out the recommendation and get a mover and a seconder, and then we'll discuss. And the recommendation is that council instructs staff to submit the following ministry delegation requests for the annual Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference in August 2025. And council, we're looking to choose one or two options, and that includes 7 and 7A as one, or sorry, 1 to 7 and A when we're considering 1 or 2. It's not a case where we'd go 1 or 2 of 1 to 7, and then we'd be taking option A if we decide to. The first is the post-secondary school investment in Collingwood, Minister of Colleges, Universities, Research Excellence and Security. Second is Terminals Point, grain terminals revitalization. Third is Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. Fourth is Arts Centre, attraction of funding. Fifth is Collingwood OPP detachment building lease negotiations. Six is multi-use recreation facility, attraction of funding. 7 is Heart Hub homeless and addiction recovery treatment hub. And further, that Collingwood or Council support Collingwood's joint participation in the following delegation opportunities, if approved. And that's under A, reconstruction of Collingwood Collegiate Institute, Ministry of Education, submitted for Roma, joint with school board. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Potts and seconded by Councillor Perry. And I'll just, before we start, I'm going to ask for some staff comment because I do believe that a couple of thoughts have come about in regards to some that are on the list. So can I turn to Clerk Amos first? Okay.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Deputy Worship. I will note that this is a joint kind of list that we've put together in reviewing some of the items that Council had suggested and some other funding opportunities. As noted in the report, we are looking for 1 to 2 of the total that are being proposed in here because we have had further insight from the AMO request delegation program that they do keep track of the requests that are made annually and the requests that are granted. So that's why we're looking at being succinct in our submissions this year. I will note that I've had additional conversations regarding the Heart Hub. So for those that do not know what the Heart Hub is, it is the homelessness and addiction recovery treatment. It's a hub model. So this is something new that right now there's about 28 municipalities in the province. Some have more than one Heart Hub, but Simcoe County has been proposed to have a Heart Hub, and it is supposed to come into its first phase in spring of 2025. So they have initiated the process, but I've heard additional information that it would be important for this Heart Hub to start moving forward with their programming, and it is in a phased approach, and it is open and eligible to all Simcoe County individuals that are experiencing homelessness and addictions. And it was also brought to my attention too that the Ontario Addiction Treatment Center that has relocated to the building behind the Pizza Hut property now has been it's close to First and High, and is now a very centralized spot for individuals that are experiencing addiction problems, that they can go there for various rehabilitation treatments, as well as it's called RAM, and it is an adult addiction service program. And this one is actually out of Wasaga Beach that kind of supports the Ontario Addiction Treatment Center that's in Collingwood. And so right now, I don't think that we would be successful in our ask, and we wouldn't want to necessarily cause any disruptions to the program that the county as a whole has been offered through the Heart Hub that's going to be out of Barrie. And again, it's not a centralized hub. It still has a number of partners, about 12 partners that are part of this model, which are all connected with our One Community Solutions and our other homelessness supports that's provided through the county. So I would recommend that might not be a good one for this year. We'll keep monitoring it in case it's important for a future year. And the other items, I should further note that the various department heads may be able to assist if there's some specific questions.
I'll just, before I go to you, Councillor Potts, and then Councillor Jeffrey, I'll just ask if Executive Director Peg, did you have any additional comment to what Clerk Amos has made, or will you just wait and see if there's any need to respond?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to wait and see if there's any specific questions regarding the items, because there may be other staff best suited to speak to them, but happy to jump in as may be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. So who's first here?
Okay, so this is actually specific to number 7, the Heart Hub, and I just wanted, it was actually my priority. I mean, they're all important, but I look at something like this and we can recognize that the homeless and addiction, obviously in our area, is top priority to a lot of residents, and I just didn't want it to be that if we didn't do this, that it's not showing that we're not, trying to turn. So, I mean, what's the process of putting all these forward to see what we get? Like, I just look at, I mean, there are some, there's some wants and there's some needs here. But again, I don't want the Heart Hub, this item, to be passed up just simply because we're going to assume we may not qualify, because we do have to let our residents know this is important. This is important. So.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. And certainly that's one of the problems with the list is it's almost like you're prioritizing, and it really comes down to, I think, when we're trying to look at things from a timing aspect as much as anything. So, but your point's very well taken. Were you going to speak to that? I'm going to let Claire Thomas say before.
Certainly, currently under the, through Deputy Mayor Fryer to Councillor Potts, currently Collingwood would not be eligible, and how the funding has been arranged. Right now, it is changing the provincially funded drug injection sites that are located within 200 meters of a school or a child care center are given the ability to provide, to submit their proposals. So right now, that's what they're looking at. And I think what our advocacy would be is once the Heart Hub starts in Barrie, if it's eligible, it's supposed to be eligible for all Simcoe County residents, that we make sure that there's a program to ensure that residents that may be experiencing homelessness or addiction in Collingwood have an ability to get an appropriate referral to the services that they need, that maybe outside of the one community solution. Like, this is something else that will get them potentially into a shelter type facility that's an overnight addiction treatment facility.
Any follow-up, Councillor?
Just a comment. So really, in the big scheme of things, is it's, if we're not eligible, it probably didn't need to be on the list. My concern is anybody that really follows the council meetings to see that this is an item that is not something we're passing by. Clearly, if we're not eligible, we're not eligible, and we can move forward with the other items. So thank you.
Okay, so I will, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I don't think we intended to put the whole thing on the floor. It was our intention to pick a couple before we said it was on the floor. So I'm willing to put out there that I think in terms of the timing we've talked about, I don't think we're fully developed in what we would try to attract the Arts Center funding with. I don't think we're fully developed in what we would try to do with the MRF funding that at a level that they would expect in a conversation to attract that. So I would go with item 2, the Terminals Point, and number 3, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, in pursuing that, because that really seems to be an inequity that is existing. So again, I would want to eliminate and further that, because there's no need to have it. It should have just been up in the list, and then I would pick number 2 and 3 to go with the rest of it.
So I'll just turn to the clerk. Would we be looking then that this is like we do, we had read it all in because it was presented that way. How would you see us moving forward if Councillor Jeffrey wants to put 2 on the floor?
So it should be the mover and seconder that if they a member of council put a motion on with their recommended choices. So unless the mover and seconder has items that they actually specifically wanted, and they can be voted on, otherwise they can withdraw that at this moment. Councillor Jeffrey can put the recommended motions for council to consider, and if it's, and again, recommend probably being severed so they can be voted on individually.
Yep. So I think we'll do that. We'll first ask the mover and seconder, which I believe was Councillor Potts, sorry, can you refresh who it was?
And Perry.
Councillor Perry seconded.
Yeah.
And Councillor Potts moved. Okay. Would you remove your motion? And then I still would like to have some discussion, but we know that Councillor Jeffrey's prepared to put something on the floor. So if it's okay with Councillor Jeffrey, I was going to still let some comment go, and then we'd move forward with an actual motion on particular items. Is everybody okay with that? So then, Councillor Ring, I believe you had your card up, and then I'd go to Councillor Doherty after that.
Yeah, it's a quick question just on the list. I'm kind of leaning with Councillor Jeffrey with the two selections that I was considering, but from staff through you to the CAO or who generated the final list for this motion. Were these prioritized in the order that they're in here, or are they not random? Because I'm just wondering if they were prioritized, what the rationale was to do it that way.
I'm going to turn to CEO Skinner to answer that, but I'll just mention as well that I would expect these have come in from council because we were asked to submit. But the question is the list meant to be a priority list, right? Yeah. So, Councillor or CEO Skinner.
Thank you. Through you. The list is not prioritized. So several of them are from council members, and we did round out the list with the work of Clerk Almus and with a couple of items that we'd heard council or staff mention over the past years. So I'd say this is very much about what you'd like to focus the government on decisions for, in the short term, or to set the stage for something important that you'd like the provincial government to decide on related to Collingwood's interests. If I could just go on slightly, the post-secondary school investment in Collingwood is one that had been on our radar for a while. And the government did do a press release today about the establishment of skills training centers, which might have a different flavor, that's even developed during the day related to potentially skills training, given the many large projects that we have in Collingwood and the desire to bring back international students to support our local college, and potentially attract a university. Terminals Point would be really all about the setting the stage for Terminals Point as really an iconic Ontario destination, not unlike the wonderful commitments that the Wasaga Beach recently received from the provincial government for their beautiful beach. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund just got an announcement. I can't quite remember the number, but I believe it's $100 million of additional funding for that fund. Because of our size largely and the amount of agricultural land we do not have, although we have some, we don't get that funding, but most people around us get it, including, Wasaga Beach, Town of Blue Mountains, Clearview. And the people that don't get it are more like Orangeville, Stratford, I believe, us, I believe Aurelia, but it's about $1 million a year for the people all around us. And while we're a little different, we believe that the criteria for that program could potentially be adjusted. The Arts Centre would be about setting the base, about why the province might want to fund the Arts Centre moving forward. And there's a similar one there, number 6, for the multi-use recreational facility attraction of funding. We're not quite at the stage of having, an application ready to go, but we could, start to socialize those. The OPP detachment building lease negotiations, we haven't gotten too far on that. There's some signs of progress. I tend to think it could be a lower priority than some of the others, and maybe some letters from council or the mayor might help break that one free of its impasse. We already talked about the Heart Hub, and with respect to Collingwood Collegiate Institute, and the Ministry of Education work. Since this one was last on the agenda, I do believe that Wasaga Beach received some funding for a high school, which does allow some transition of students potentially to that new school, while CCI could potentially be rebuilt even on the same site. So I don't know if that one is as pressing as the last time was submitted, though of course we do want to keep on the province's radar the need to fund the school board for a beautiful reconstruction of Collingwood Collegiate Institute. Just in case that's helpful, Councillor Ring, and like looking at the priorities, they're all important to us, but we really need you as our leaders to tell us the top, preferably one or two that we could really focus on doing great submissions for, so we get that time with the appropriate ministers.
Any follow-up, Councillor Ring?
Just a comment that, yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I'm glad that you did just kind of touch on every one of them. When I met by the priority, I know they were all valid concerns, and I know they've been discussed by this council at different times during the year. I just wondered if just the way they were ordered there, it almost looked like they were prioritized, and I just wanted to make sure that was either the case or not the case. So,
Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just before I go further, I just would like to ask for clarification from the clerk. You indicated that, or at least this was my interpretation, that if we had made a delegation on any particular matter just last year, that would not or should not be in our want list for 2025. Was I interpreting that?
I thought I recalled that persistent was not advised, I think is the way it was said.
Certainly through Deputy Mayor to Councillor Doherty, your inquiry. CAO Skinner may have a little bit more information, but we know that they do keep track of requests that municipalities make and requests that are granted. So they just want municipalities to be, very specific and authentic in the requests that they're doing, because it takes their ministers' time, could be taking away from other municipalities' time. So make sure that you put your key ones forward, because if we put a swath of them forward and they maybe accept one that's maybe not as pressing as we would have liked, they may grant us that one and not the one that we wanted. So it's something that we have to keep in consideration.
Thank you. So if that's the case, and I mean, we have made quite a bit of progress on the Terminals Point project in the last year. So I think it would be appropriate because we are so far along, and we can, pretty articulately identify what it is we need and the money that we need for it. So I would definitely say Terminals Point, that would be my number one. And my number two would be the post-secondary school investment, because I just see that the loss of Georgian College right now is just a terrible loss for our community and for our economic development portfolio. So that would be the second. And I guess the third, although I know we don't get thirds, but my third would be the MRF, because even though we're not really far along in that project, I think that, we can make the case that we are ready, that we need one. And I think any minister can figure out kind of what something like that is all about and what it might cost. So it's not that complicated of an ask. But I know I don't get three, so.
Okay.
Anyway,
all right. So we'll continue. And that's what we're doing right now, is we're letting councillors say what they think are our chosen ones. And then when we get to a point where we've got those, most likely what we'll be doing is identifying them all and then you'll have two votes going forward and choose which ones you're going to vote for. But I'll turn to Councillor Baines and get his input.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I support Councillor Doherty's motion and rationale, quite frankly, because I think timing is everything, and the terminal's point should be job one, in my opinion, to get it across the finish line. And secondly, in regard to the OMPF pitch, if you will, to have a day in court to finally make your argument. But this is things stick in Councillor Doherty's craw. This thing is stuck in my craw about how we miss out on this. And so this is an opportunity to finally make this case in front of the minister. Like, come on, let's take advantage of it, I think. Everything else, I think, would be too premature, in my opinion, to make a pitch. Again, timing's everything. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd echo what Councillor Baines and Councillor Jeffrey had to say. Let's get this terminals done and off the radar as far as wondering whether it's going to happen or not. And if this is going to help push it along, I'm totally for that. So those are my two choices as well.
Anyone else wishing to add anything at this stage? Go ahead, Councillor Ring.
Yeah, just again, I was just going to wait and make sure everybody else had a chance to speak. And I earlier when I meant my earlier comments, I had agreed with I guess Councillor Bain and Councillor Jeffrey now with the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. I realize it's something that I can't figure out why Collingwood doesn't get it when everybody around us does. But our pitch with that would be just to bring up the conversation again, because if we don't qualify, we've got to try to convince them to make us qualify. I think is that what our pitch is going to be?
I'll turn to CAO Skinner.
Through the chair, the pitch could be whatever you'd like, but I do think most likely what I would recommend is that we just we have a map that sort of shows who gets it and doesn't get it based on the public information, and that, you know, the factors, it's a calculation based on our, you know, size and population and land uses, for example, just where we lose the points. And I believe that in every likelihood is a ministry staff document that sets out, you know, the criteria that we think there should be an adjustment to the criteria, because, you know, we're not a Toronto, we're a Collingwood, and we still do have these same types of needs that the program is intended for.
Any follow-up, Councillor?
No, that's fine.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And I realize I've already spoken, but I just want to respond to my two colleagues' support for the notion of going after our fair share of the OMPF fund. And having participated now in a number of these delegations, I just feel that ministers are far more likely to listen and absorb and perhaps take it back to Queen's Park if it is a new and exciting and meaningful and doable project. And whining for more money is not what the minister wants in the scant 10 or 15 minutes that we have with him. So I just think we should be just thinking bigger. With respect, I didn't mean to suggest that my colleagues are whining, but we would all sound like we were whining.
Okay. It looks like everybody's had a chance to comment, so I'm going to comment now. And my first thing, though, I was going to ask a question. Didn't we present on terminals last year at EMO? Okay. So I think that has to be taken into consideration. And I'm going to make my pitch for, I do think that we should be getting in front of the Ministry of Education about the reconstruction of CCI. I mentioned before the concern I had and the reason I was bringing it up, and we were going to have Trustee Foley here the meeting ago, but he had to postpone, and we're going to see him next meeting. I think there's some real opportunity with that new high school. And Wasaga Beach, as CEO Skinner mentioned, was very successful with their receiving funding on both a Catholic school and a public high school. And I know that they met with the ministry at their every opportunity. And I really do believe that that should be a priority item for us in this particular session at AMO, because the concern was that if it doesn't get going across the radar of the province right now, we're into an election year next year, and the school board will, I'm sure, not be active at trying to put something concrete in place for CCI. And I think that information would be really beneficial to us. So in my particular case, I favor the reconstruction of CCI as something that we should be putting forward for delegation. I'm fully supportive of Terminals Point project, but I do believe that we just had presented on that. And unfortunately, with the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, we've mentioned it many times and not had an awful lot of success. But I do agree that if we had a chance to talk to the ministry staff about it or minister themselves, it could be one. So but my first priority item would be to try to get a joint delegation with the school board and at AMO. So that would be the one I'd be putting forward. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
So thank you. And I hear your comments, Deputy Mayor, but I'm wondering if we have a new minister in where we're making the ask. And we've just simply commented that Wasaga Beach made the ask for their high school every opportunity they got. I don't know if we do have a new minister, why we wouldn't pick Terminals Point and try to, it is major for us, one with major investment that would be very helpful. I agree the school is important, but the other thing that always comes up for me in joint presentations is how aligned are we with the person who's presenting jointly with us, and then you get sitting in a presentation to a minister and your partner outs with something you aren't aligned with, and it can take away from your presentation. So I could go 2 and 3 or 2 and 6, but if we thought we could argue the OMPF enough some other way, but I just don't think we have a lot to take right now at the MRF other than we really need it. Anyway, that's, I just.
Yeah, my only comment back would be that they don't have anything on record about CCI's revitalization or reconstruction, whereas they do have it on record about the Terminals Point. So that was the basis I was using as I wanted to get it onto the ministry's radar. I would expect that we'd be able to talk to Trustee Foley next meeting about, he participated in that joint meeting, and we'd get a good sense of what was going to be happening, and we'd have time to make whatever adjustment that was necessary. I fully support the MRF, but I don't know that we'd have an awful lot of information. We haven't even seen the report yet, so I don't know what we'd be able to bring forward. So at this stage, I'm just putting on the table what I would request as something that council would vote on, and I think we'll just have a few more comments, and then we'll put the items on the floor, and we'll see which ones council wants to go forward with.
Well, that was going to be my question. If we thought everybody had commented, then we would put my motion. I'll just stick with 2 and 3, and we sever them and go from there.
I'm going to turn to the clerk. I wonder if the preference wouldn't be to put all the options down and then everybody have 2 votes?
No.
Okay. Okay. So, well, and I can't, you have every right to put a motion on table. So if you want to do that and you have a seconder and we will vote on it.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to put the motion on that we, the wording as is, we pick 2 and 3 and then eliminate the and further that.
And the seconder? Councillor Baines. So we have a motion on table and any discussion of the motion?
We'd like to sever, please. I'd like to sever 2 and 3 so that people can have a conversation and whatever, defeat one, but not without having to defeat both.
Okay, so you're going to sever the...
Sever 2 and 3.
Okay,
and further at amendment would be considered separately as well.
So all 3 portions are separate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Councillor Baines, are you okay with that? So on the first item then, the terminals, we'll consider comments on the terminals project before we vote. And is Clerk Thomas comfortable with all that? Go ahead, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much. I just want clarity. I'm not asking more questions on and that's why I was going to stand up and start waving my card. Apparently that's what you got to do to get addressed. But anyways, the way this recommendations come from staff for us to consider, I'm thinking that we could, I think we're basically going to do it anyways, is we got the 2 in the top and then the and further is separate to the 2 we choose at the top. Is that not right? And I agree with you. We should have the school in there, but I'd hate to give up one of the ones at the top for that reason. Would we not still be doing the council to choose 1 or 2 options? And if we decide to 2 and from 1 to 7, and further is in addition to, so would that not be a separate one? So we could basically ask for 3 delegations. Is that what we're saying here now?
That it is set. They are all separate.
Sorry, the Councillor Jeffrey wanted to put a motion on the floor, and she's put it on, and that's why I wasn't looking for any further discussion because she was going to do that. And so she's being clear with what she wants to put on the floor, and she has the right to do that. So we'll do that. So we would be voting as presented, that terminal points be considered. And we'll vote on the OMPF to be considered. And then we'll vote on the and further being removed.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. In a roundabout way, that's what I was trying to ask.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry about that. Yeah. So on the first item, and it does say 1 or 2. I guess if the answer to the or part will be if we have a majority that vote for both, then we'd be asking 2. And if we don't, then we'd be at 1. Okay. So again, just on the terminals point as a vote, I'll call that matter to a vote, and all those in favor and opposed. So that's carried. The next item would be to vote on the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund being considered. And all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, and opposed. That's 5. So that's defeated. And then on the matter of removing the and further,
we're just adding, so if we don't need to do a removal. So if somebody wants to put it on the floor to approve it.
That'd be up to Councillor Jeffrey.
I guess I was only asking to remove it because it was confusing how it was going to be added in when it was in its own separate clause. So I would like to say that because I'm removing the and further that it could be added to the list or inserted for the extra. It was confusing because it had its own private list.
Okay, so on that particular one, because I'm needing clarity, and I'm sure Councillor Ring does, are we going to consider voting on removing the and further?
I'd feel a whole lot better if you wanted to vote on it and it wasn't necessarily a joint presentation.
Okay, so what we're considering here is that you're considering amending what your request is on the third part of your motion, right? And at this point in time, you'd like it removed, that it be joint. I would like to maybe ask if you'd consider it to say that consideration is given to joint. And as we move forward, decide if it should be better or not. Because I guess the first thing is we have to get acceptance before we know we're going for sure. But do you want to let CO Skinner add some comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. When we pulled this one in, we pulled in the language that we used for Roma, which was a joint delegation. We have not reconfirmed that with the school board. So I just wanted to be transparent about that as well. They may or may not wish to do it jointly. Certainly we would, follow up if you put that in as a desirable joint delegation, but it's not confirmed that they would like to come to Ottawa for that item and present jointly.
I'm comfortable with that. Are you comfortable that it's only been mentioned? So you would like the joint part removed at this stage?
Yes.
Yeah. Is everybody clear on that? So we would be holding a vote on accepting this as a second request. And I'll turn to Councillor Doherty. I should ask first, your seconder is comfortable with the, yes, okay.
Thank you. So I guess the way it's being proposed that we vote on this, if you vote against it or if it is defeated, then I get. Okay, I guess
then someone could.
I just feel that. Okay, I'm just wondering where I'm going with this.
Sorry, Councillor. Then somebody could put another alternative on.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So, fine.
Certainly. So just for clarification, so this would be the town of Collingwood requesting it independently, or if the school board wanted to participate, just independent. That's it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Independent, and it's only listed this way because it's the way it went in with Roma, and there'll always be ability to adjust if we needed to. But the most important thing is to get the request in and to be specific to Collingwood only at this stage. Everybody comfortable with that? Then we will call that one to a vote. If it is defeated, then someone could put another one on if we're going to end up with two. So doesn't have to, because it does say one or two. So everybody clear on that? We'll vote on asking for delegation in regards to CCI. All those in favor? And opposed? And so noted, but it carries. So that puts two on the table, and I'll let Councillor Doherty go ahead then.
Thank you. I just want to make the point that I am not opposed to seeking funding for CCI. I just feel that we should have gone for a joint delegation because it would have given us another delegation. Thanks.
Okay, so that's that item. We'll move on to, I guess I should ask first of council, do you want to finish the motions that will take us to committee of the whole? Okay, so we have two more motions to do. And so 14.2 is the installation of a veterans crosswalk, as Councillor Potts has put this forward. So I would turn to him if you would like to read in your motion.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So the recommendation, so whereas the Town of Collingwood Community-Based Strategic Plan identifies connectedness as a strategic pillar and supporting and fostering matters that bring people together and showcasing the richness of our culture, diversity, heritage, and community. And whereas a Veterans Crosswalk is a pedestrian crossing that is dedicated to honoring our veterans and their service, promoting remembrance, and raising awareness. And therefore be resolved, the council requests staff to commence discussions with Collingwood branch of the Royal Canadian Legion regarding the potential installation and location of a Veterans Crosswalk in the Town of Collingwood for consideration in the 2026 budget deliberations or sooner if capacity exists in 2025.
And would I have a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey. The motion is on the floor. Would anybody like to speak to it? I think it's all pretty straightforward by the looks of it. Clerk Thomas, you go ahead.
On again.
We have the motion on the Veterans Crosswalk on the table, Councillor Perry, and we have mover and seconder. We've not had anyone wishing to discuss, so I was going to call the matter to a vote, and unless you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think this is fantastic. I've had a few residents reach out to me, and Councillor Potts, you beat me to it, but good for you. I think this is fantastic. I do, if it helps any, my choice for location is somewhere around the Cenotaph. I think it would be a fantastic location, but I just want to get it out there that I'm fully supportive of this. I think it's fantastic.
And that's great. And my understanding is the Legion's going to have a committee discuss it. So I'm sure they'll have the variety of things that they want to consider. Anyway, so unless anybody had any other comments, I'll call the matter to a vote. All in support, and that is unanimous. And we'll move to 14.3, which is temporary traffic calming measures on Dawson Drive. And it's also Councillor Potts, and I'll ask you to go ahead and read in your motion.
Thanks again, Deputy Mayor Fryer. So the recommendation, whereas the community-based strategic plan has prioritized the speed and safety-related components of the master mobility and transportation plan to support a people-centric approach to transportation. And whereas the town has received community correspondence highlighting concerns over pedestrian safety along Dawson Drive. However, a petition from abutting residents has not been received in accordance with the traffic calming policy to initiate the review. And whereas the master mobility and transportation plan currently does not include an assessment specifically related to Dawson Drive. Therefore, be resolved, the council directs staff to incorporate an assessment of Dawson Drive into the Master Mobility and Transportation Plan study. And further, that council authorizes staff to initiate a traffic calming assessment and consider the implementation of temporary traffic calming measures on Dawson Drive as an interim safety solution, despite the absence of a formal resident petition, pending the completion of the comprehensive Master Mobility and Transportation Plan and any subsequent recommendations aimed at enhancing pedestrian safety on Dawson Drive if deemed necessary.
And would I have a seconder? Councillor Perry, and anyone wishing to discuss? I don't see any discussion, so I will call matter to the vote. All those in favor? And that too is unanimous. So that's going to move us to the move into committee of the whole. I'll put that motion on the floor and get it voted on, and then we can have a quick discussion about how long we'll break for. Okay. So the motion is, the recommendation is that council herein move into committee of the whole session. Councillor Baines moves and Councillor Doherty seconds. And all those in favor? And would you want to, I think I'm not going to jinx us about committee of the whole, but it doesn't look too bad. Do you want to push through, just have a short break and push through, or would the preference be for a little longer?
I would say maybe a little bit longer. I don't really recommend pushing through because we really don't know how long it is going to be. Yeah. That's my per take on it.
Do you want half an hour or 20 minutes, or what would you prefer? Half hour? Okay, so we'll be reconvene at 22. Oh, I'm just okay. Councillor Potts, we do have a person here for one of the items. Oh no, we could break shortly and then maybe deal with that matter, and then you could break after that, or if you wanted to, or okay. Is that?
Yeah, apparently it's got 10 minutes we expect for the presentation, so it's up to you. It's up to the chair.
Oh, it's up to the chair.
Yeah.
I would say at least 5-minute break right now, and then
we'll go 10. We'll go 10-minute break now. Yeah, yeah.
So just for clarification on the microphones for anybody that's watching at home, we're going to do a 10-minute break at the moment.
Meeting to order for May 26th, 2025. And what we'll do is we're going to kind of move down to item 15.2.3. We'll deal with that. And then once that's done, we'll take a 20-minute break and to have something quickly to eat, and then we'll be back to finish off the remainder of the meeting. So I'll dive into 15.2.3. So P 2025-15 proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 35 Elgin Street, which is town file number PLZ AMA 2024326. And Manager Ayers will start this off.
Thank you, Chair Potts. This is a relatively straightforward zoning bylaw amendment to permit the expansion of a legal non-conforming residential use in the downtown commercial core to facilitate a new detached accessory building comprised of a 3-car garage with an additional residential unit above. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Community Planner Rose for her presentation of the file. Thank you.
Go ahead when you're ready.
For those slides to pull up. Okay. Good evening, committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Erica Rose, and this presentation is regarding staff report P 2025-15 for a proposed zoning bylaw amendment at 35 Elgin Street. Next slide, please. Oh. There we go. The subject property is located on the east side of Elgin Street and the west side of Tremont Lane. The property is approximately 0.065 hectares in size and is a through lot with approximately 15.2 meters of frontage on Elgin Street and Tremont Lane. The property contains a single detached dwelling with a detached accessory building, which were permitted residential uses under the town's previous zoning bylaw. As the property is now commercially zoned, these uses are considered legal non-conforming. The lands surrounding the subject property are all designated and zoned downtown core commercial and include a mix of medical offices, churches, residential uses, hotels, health and wellness facilities, and the Collingwood Public Library. The subject property and all immediately adjacent properties are also located in the town's Heritage District and are designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently zoned downtown core commercial in the town zoning bylaw. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to create a site-specific downtown core commercial exception 13 zone to permit the expansion of a legal non-conforming residential use to facilitate a new 3-car garage with an additional residential unit. Next slide, please. The site-specific exceptions of the downtown core commercial exception 13 zone would be as follows. An additional residential unit shall be permitted in one detached accessory building, and the following zoning exceptions shall apply to the detached accessory building. A minimum interior side yard setback on the south of 0 meters, whereas a minimum of 3 meters is required. A minimum interior side yard setback on the north of 1.1 meters, whereas a minimum of 3 meters is required, and an increased building height of 9 meters, whereas a maximum of 7 meters is the maximum permitted requirement. All other provisions of the town zoning bylaw would remain and can be satisfied by the proposal. Next slide, please. So this slide shows 2 angles of the existing neighborhood context along Tremont Lane, and for ease of reference, the subject property is identified on the right-hand side. Similar photographs were also presented by the owner's agent at the public meeting last fall. As you can see, there are a number of built forms that exhibit increased height and scale and are set back closer to the lane. Of particular interest is the built form on the right-hand side of the screen, which is attached to the main dwelling that fronts on Elgin Street. This addition has a garage on the ground level with an apartment unit and a walkout balcony on the upper level. Although this is not a detached accessory building, it does reflect a built form that is almost exactly the same as what is being proposed, representing that the proposal is not out of character from the existing neighborhood context. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the preliminary conceptual site plan of the proposed development. Elgin Street is on the left-hand side and Tremont Lane is on the right. The applicant is proposing to utilize the foundation and southern wall of the existing building in the rear yard and further the build out to the north and the west. Once expanded, the detached accessory building would be converted into a 3-car garage with an additional residential unit on the 2nd story and a walkout balcony. The residential unit is proposed to consist of 2 bedrooms with a shared kitchen and living space. 3 parking spaces would be accommodated for the apartment on the ground level of the garage, and additional parking would also be available on the driveway off Elgin Street if required. The overall building would also have a gross floor area of approximately 100 square meters. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a before and after of what the existing garage looks like today and how it would look if it were expanded. Both images show that the building from the east elevation facing Tremont Lane. The picture on the left was taken by the consultants who wrote the Heritage Impact Assessment in support of the application. In the report, the consultants note that the existing garage currently exhibits physical condition issues, including missing and deteriorated roof shingles, rotted and water-damaged wood, broken window panes, missing paint, and graffiti on the garage doors. These materials are also assumed to have been built sometime during the mid-20th century and are not representative of the historic residential neighborhood pattern of the town's heritage district. Next slide, please. Similarly, this slide shows the before and after of the proposal from the north elevation. Here you can see the water-damaged wood and missing paint from a different angle. Most of the garage's materials would be removed and replaced if expanded, save and except for any timber that can be reused, which is considered a positive outcome from a sustainability perspective. In consideration of the existing neighborhood character discussed in the previous slides and noting that the subject property is in the downtown where residential intensification, increased building height, and massing is permitted, staff are of the opinion that the proposal would be an improvement of the garage and the property and that it would further activate the Tremont Lane streetscape. Next slide, please. To date, the town has received a number of comments from the public expressing both support and concern for the proposal. These include 3 comments from individuals who spoke at the public meeting and a number of written comments that were submitted afterward. The comments expressing support for the application see it as an opportunity to improve the current conditions of the existing detached accessory building. However, a number of concerns were raised with respect to traffic, noise, parking, privacy, massing, setbacks, obstructed views, neighborhood character, and snow and garbage storage. In response to some of these concerns, staff note that the applicant has made several changes to the proposed building height and setbacks since the public meeting. Originally, the building height was proposed to be 9.5 meters. However, it has now been decreased to 9, which reflects a half-meter reduction. Additionally, the walkout balcony was originally proposed to be set back from the rear property line by only 0.6 meters. However, this has now been increased to 1.2 meters. Another item I wanted to note as well is that the proposal initially included a request to increase the maximum gross floor area of the detached accessory building from 75 square meters to 100 square meters. However, in January 2025, the town consolidated its zoning bylaw to include provisions that were enacted through the town's municipally initiated quick win zoning bylaw amendment. And this removed the provision that originally put a limit on the maximum size of the detached accessory building. Therefore, the building is no longer subject to any maximum size provisions. Additional details regarding the public comments that were received and how they have been addressed are further outlined in the staff report. Next slide, please. 2 reports were submitted in support of the application, including a planning justification report and a heritage impact assessment. These materials were circulated to internal staff, a third-party peer reviewer, and external agencies for review and comment. Planning Services is satisfied that all concerns relating to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment have now been addressed. Next slide, please. Based on a detailed technical review of the proposal, Planning Services is recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment as it is consistent and conforms with applicable planning policy and regulatory instruments. It contributes to compact built form and complete communities. It supports intensification of a built-up area on a municipally serviced lot, contributes to a mix of residential land uses, including more smaller affordable units. It complies with cultural heritage and natural hazard policies, and it is supported by internal and external agency review partners. Next slide, please. So this slide briefly shows the planning process for the zoning bylaw amendment application to date. Items 1 through 8 on the left have been completed, and a public meeting was held on October 7th, 2024. We are now at the staff recommendation to committee of the whole stage. Next slide, please. Pending the committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting held on June 9th, 2025 for decision. If approved or refused, a notice of decision would be issued and the 20-day appeal period would commence. Upon the expiration of the appeal period, the zoning bylaw amendment would come into effect if no appeals are received. And due to current or recent legislative changes to the Planning Act, the proposal is not subject to an application for site plan control since it is fewer than 10 residential units. However, a future heritage permit application will be required, and various matters, including the design of the detached accessory building, will be reviewed by staff at that time. And that concludes my presentation for today. I'm happy to answer any questions from committee or members of the public. Thank you.
The gallery that would like to come up to speak with the committee at this time. And I'll turn to Clerk Almus if there's anyone online that wishes to speak to this. There is no one online. I'll read in the recommendation. The staff report P 2025-15 proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 35 August Street dated May 26, 2025 be received, and that the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report be enacted and passed. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor McCulloch, seconded Councillor Ring, and I'll open it up to committee for questions or comments. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Potts, through you to Planner Rose. Question of clarification. I think on the second or third page of your presentation, you showed the new ARU building located 0.0 meters from the lot line. I'm assuming most of that 0.0 is the, well, no, that's not appropriate, the question. It is the overhang of the roof, which accommodates and requires it to be 0.0, but that the wall itself is not 0.0 to the lot line. There's an overhang of the roof, so I'm assuming that 8 inches or so it makes up the difference there, because the secondary question is, if it is 0.0, what does how does that affect the neighbor immediately to the south if they wanted to put a building similarly at 0.0? If not you, Planner Rose, then certainly Manager Ayers. Thank you.
Go ahead, Planner Rose.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Baines. To attempt to answer the question, a survey was submitted with the application. The survey was prepared by one of the neighbors, so it does show the portion of the property where it does have that 0 meter setback. It's actually an existing setback. It's where the southern wall of the garage currently exists on the property, and that's the wall of the garage that they're proposing to maintain and then further develop toward the north and then the west of the property. So my understanding is that the setback is that 0.0 meters that it is today, and then that there wouldn't be any further overhang, if that makes sense.
Any other questions or comments from committee? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will break for 20 minutes, which we will return here for 6 p.m. All right, committee, we'll resume. We'll carry on here with with our staff reports. So we'll go 15.2.1 CAO 2025-02 operational plan Q1 2025 status update, and we'll go to CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Chair Potts. As council will know, each quarter we summarize what was accomplished on the operational plan for 2025, and these operational plans are built once council has decided on the budget. So a few things proud to say were accomplished in Q1. There's no presentation for this, but I am going to work my way through the highlights of the report. On page 2, it talks about the items that were finished, some which were started this year and some which started last year. We have our new public engagement portal launched, so the Engage Collingwood. If you take a look at that, it's got a new look and feel, and hopefully some new features that will help the public to understand what's underway in Collingwood. And certainly if people haven't been following that, or someone's coming to council members looking for information on one of our projects, there's really a lot of information about how things are moving through the process and interim reports. It's a good resource. I find it a good resource for me as well. Our website redevelopment was launched with our new setup that matches our programs and the services offered by the town. We now have live transit maps on our website, so if someone's at a bus stop and they're wondering when the bus is coming or if it's on time and you've got access to a smartphone, you can certainly see where your bus is. We have a new Director of Infrastructure, and you see if you're in the room today, Mohammed Al-Koka is here for the first time in person, although he's been with us for some time now and is learning all the ins and outs and history on the projects that we have here. The Downtown Visioning Master Plan has been delivered. It feels like a while ago, but yes, it was in Q1 of this year. Council's filled the councillor vacancy with some support from the clerk's office, so we now have Councillor McCulloch. The mayor's annual levy and the Order of Collingwood went forward, as well as some adjustments to the Order of Collingwood policy. We have a signed agreement for interim water supply with New Tecumseh, and what that means is that they're paying their proportionate share to make sure that we have water even prior to the completion of our full plant expansion. The design for the Wilson Sheffield Park, which is a completely new park, has been completed, and the design has been completed for the Shipyards Piazza Block 9 at the just east of Hurontario and Huron First. We've made recommendations regarding the implementation of a municipal accommodation tax. And one of the council members, I believe it was Councillor Doherty, had asked about if we'd had our first payment on that tax already. It hasn't come through. There was a little bit of a glitch, or it's coming through in a couple of days. I think the 30th, was that the first day it was supposed to come? Yeah. And it's coming, and I believe it's $63,000 for the first payment. So thank you as well to our accommodators who started to participate in this program and to put their pieces through. We've supported Canadian products and services and done quite a bit of work related to the tariffs work. Implemented the municipal insurance pool, which will ultimately, we believe, save us some funding. And the transition, I believe, is in June, but the implementation is largely underway or complete as far as the arrangements that we need to make. There was committee and board training on council's community-based strategic plan. So everyone's putting forward their recommendations for the coming years based on those priorities. And we were able to implement the administrative monetary penalty system, also called AMP, bylaw and related policies. And we also hosted a successful Ontario Small Urban Municipalities OSUM conference. So that's some of the highlights of what's happened in the first 3 months of the year. There's a few appendices that always go with this report, and for those who are particularly interested, I hope you will read them. Appendix B includes all the rest of the items currently prioritized to be completed in 2025 and based on the Council's 2025 budget. And we also include an appendix for items related to Council resolutions or items that are sort of larger or more public in nature that are beyond maybe started this year or certainly would be completed beyond 2025, and those are shown in Appendix E. We also have started, as opposed to having separate reports, have an Appendix C and Appendix D, the customer service division's highlights. I find these quite interesting. We had 5,265 inquiries in Q1 just through customer service, the busiest March we've ever had since we started keeping these records. And it's really great that you can see the trends and the numbers of inquiries. The types of inquiries to me didn't get to be as interesting. There's taxation, parking, regular routine community service, customer service, things like, finding the right office, routine questions. But the next one, the fourth one down, was transit. So I thought it was quite interesting that the community, your community, is quite interested in transit, and they're calling to find out information about the transit system. So I hope that that's a good sign based on the extension of the hours that happened this year, and maybe the cheaper passes for youth that we'll hopefully see some of those reflected in ridership as well. I also mentioned Appendix D, which is the Communication Division's Q1 highlights. You'll see that they're very active. There's a long list of items there. And there's some new digital screens at the pool, library, and museum that will help people who've just come in and happen to be there, or they're waiting for a child or friend to see what's going on in town. We do always have a proactive approach to manage adjustments of priorities in year. So if there's new pieces of work that are put forward in year, we try as much as possible to manage those and to look at what needs to be moved into the next year, or perhaps put on hold or canceled, so that we can keep everyone in the right frame of mind to be very productive but not overwhelmed and focused on those priorities. The last thing that I'll cover is that there's a number of items that Council has identified as very important this year, and those are noted starting on page 4 of the report. One is the Affordable Housing Work Plan. We have the Birch Street project's preliminary design endorsed by Council and by County Council, and the required planning applications are being fast-tracked. We have an initiative for a municipal capital facilities bylaw that will incent more affordable housing coming forward. And I wanted to continue to say thank you from a staff perspective to the Affordable Housing Task Force, who really is, with Council and our housing coordinator, the heart and soul of our very successful affordable housing work to date. The Master Mobility Transportation Plan is progressing. We did decide to do a detailed reanalysis of some of the modeling data. So internal staff were able to review draft recommendations, and we did provide some detailed feedback on this very important report, incorporating quite a few resolutions that Council's made along the way to make sure that the scope matched your intentions. We did extend the schedule due to that work, and it now includes an additional internal technical advisory committee meeting in about the first week of July, with a proposed external stakeholders update mid to later July, and a final public information center toward in early September. So I know that work is strongly anticipated, and I wanted to give you that update on timing. It's underway. With respect to the Arts Center, we've talked about that quite a bit, and I won't provide a further update at this point, but we did have that redirection of including the additional location in the analysis prior to moving forward, which may push our timing from the first meeting in June to the second meeting, but we'll need to consider that after we've had a chance to follow up with the vote tonight. The second draft of the final report for the multi-use recreation facility assessment has been received by staff, and for further review and feedback, and it will next come to a joint meeting of Collingwood and Town of Blue Mountain councils, and then will be reviewed by our new multi-use recreation facility steering committee. So we're targeting Q2, and I hope that it will be in Q2 that all happens. Finally, the Collingwood Tourism has been established. The interim board has not met yet, but the lawyers are busy working on the eligible tourism entity with the interim board that may be in place for up to 18 months. And just as a point of clarification, the funds collected by Matt are remitted to the Ontario Restaurant, Hotel and Motel Association, OHRMA. And the target was May 1st. So actually, if I could look at the treasurer, I think I said the money had not been received for payment one, but has the funding been received for payment one for the MAT? Not yet. Okay. I guess they're still working through the first part of the process.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts, through you to CEO Skinner. Yes, it was delayed just while we were transitioning to our new financial institution. So we were getting both April and May in June.
Thank you. And finally, the Terminals Point has an exciting update. The due diligence period is closed, so the staff report will follow with project status and next steps, but we're moving confidently through the process, and it is looking at like a very advantageous, we hope, project for both sides. That brings me to the end of my update. Oh, sorry, there was a couple other items. The strategic financial plan is in flight. The RFP was awarded to Watson and Associates Economists Limited, and visioning sessions are underway, including with council members. I don't believe all the council or any of the council member item sessions have happened, but they are imminent. And we have a compressed work week pilot underway with staff. 27 staff have taken us, non-union staff have taken us up on this option. It's between March and December, as well as a benefits enhancement for non-union employees. And we were happy to have an all-staff appreciation breakfast hosted by council and department heads. None of these items individually change any of the financial arrangements at the town. These are in accordance with the direction and budgets that were provided for 2025, unless council's already made a decision adjusting any of those through another report. And that's my update for this quarter. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the gallery. Clerk Almus, is there anyone online to speak to this report? There is none online. I'll read in the recommendation. The staff report CAO 2025-02 operational plan Q1 2025 status update be received for information. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Ring, Councillor Baines. I'll open it up to committee for questions and comments. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a comment. Thank you, as always, for all of the things that do get done. But I wanted to make particular mention of one. It's a small one, but it's one that's been in a crop mine, is those letters to the utilities. And I was so happy to see that they had been done, because I really believe the squeaky wheel will get the oil. And so I was happy to see those letters had gone. So thank you for that.
Any other questions? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And I will echo my colleagues' support for this particular report. I got to tell you, not only is it enlightening from the point of view member of council, just what we have collectively, staff and council, put in the works for the last couple of years, but I think it's also important for the public to see just how much goes on. And none of this is about filling potholes. It's all about, important action, unique action on behalf of the community. And I'll just through you to the CAO. I'm glad you noted that you had that one of our achievements was also the presentation of the OSIM conference, because indeed I know that staff worked very hard, and the reception by the delegates was it was very well received, and obviously reflective of that hard work. I did have a question about the compressed work pilot. So that is what you meant by that is compressed week. So longer hours, shorter number of days.
Go ahead.
If I could, I would ask Executive Director Pegg to provide just a couple of brief description of that, and generally you are correct.
Go ahead, Director Pegg.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Doherty. So the compressed work arrangement is a formal agreement that's put in place between the employee and the town. It does require review and sign off by the manager, director, and is reviewed by Human Resources. What it entails is an employee will work less hours works the same amount of hours per week, more hours each day, and then the time that they take off is paid time. So their salary remains whole, the time that they contribute to the town remains whole, but their hours are shifted. So instead of 5 days a week, it could be 4 10-hour shifts.
And if I could follow up, so do we know what kind of reception we have had on that, or is it too early to say?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through to the councillors. So we currently have, as CEO Skinner noted, about 27 employees that have officially signed up for the program. It is quite complex to get approval in the sense that there's a number of criteria that have to be met in order for an employee to be eligible. We also have ongoing discussions with our union group. So right now the policy applies to non-union, but through the potential for a memorandum of understanding, unionized employees could participate. So the QP executive has been brought in for discussions already, and next week water and wastewater executive, their union executive will be spoken to and have the opportunity to explore a memorandum to participate. So we could see our numbers go up at that time as well.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Just, if I may, just a couple of more, 2 more. There was item 173 in the detailed Appendix B, I think it was. The community efficiency funding study. And that study was to hopefully advance the possibility of the town receiving funding from the Green Municipal Fund to provide grants to homeowners who are doing updates to their homes, in particular the installation of heat pumps. And just wondering, were we successful?
CEO Skinner.
I think that's another one for Executive Director Pegg, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Doherty. So FCM did provide us notice that we were successful in our grant application with Clean Air Partnership in February of this year. So that work is now ongoing. So the study's not yet complete, but I was able to connect with Manager McNulty, as our climate specialist is on a approved vacation this week, that there are discussions ongoing in providing the information that they require to complete the study. So we are actively working to ensure they have what they need to have them done within the timeline.
Thank you. Okay. And just one further, if I may, Chair, and it's with regard to the private tree bylaw. There is a note under this item, the consultant to advise. So I was just wondering what that meant relative to the status, and whether we can anticipate that that would be delivered in 2025. It's been a long-standing council request now.
This one's for Director Cubitt, please.
Director Cubitt, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Doherty. Yes, this is in our 2025 work plan. We are poised to go out to an invitational RFQ to have several tree-related bylaws drafted through tree experts. We hope that RFQ is going out in June. We're still sourcing some of those potential consultants, and our forestry coordinator has a forum coming up June 4th, accessing a lot of different colleagues and resources through them. So hoping we get a few more potential consultants to quote on that for us. The term that was used in there, consultants to advise, that's referencing advise us on what the contents of the private tree bylaw should look like. Based on best practices. We know there is not really a one-size-fits-all private tree bylaw or necessarily a private tree bylaw in all municipalities. And then also we'll be looking to the consultants to conduct public engagement. So obviously that the results of that should inform and advise the bylaw.
Great. Thank you very much. And those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Through you to CAO Skinner. Thank you very much for reminding Council, and I hope the public as well, that every time Council makes unplanned, unbudgeted request to staff that was not in the work plan, there's a quid pro quo in the form of timing, stress, and resources, I would put it to you, for staff to accommodate that should they have to, and that therefore something has to be dropped as a commensurate response to that. I think we all have to continue, and the public as well have to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Any other, Councillor Ring? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And hopefully this just real quick, and I think we've probably been told in the past, but I don't recall. Just looking at your some of the things that have been started, and two of them kind of caught my eye because I've been asked about them, were the two designs, one with the park at Sheffield Wilson Park, and the other one was the Shipyard Piazza, Block 9. I know that you in the report it says that the design has been completed. Do we have any dates on be completed or started, or if you don't, then that's fine. I'd looked through the appendixes, but I couldn't find anything.
Go ahead.
I think this one is also for Director Cubitt, please, and I believe she's got a bit more information for you.
Go ahead, Director Cubitt.
Thank you. Through you. I don't have those dates off the top of my head, but I will source those and get back to you very shortly with those. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have one. I'll start with the CAO, but make it directed to Director Alcoca. So in regards to when you talked about the customer service and the transit being number 4 on the list, and we have a mobile app or something now to track the bus, at what point are we going to potentially get a report back on how the extended transit hours are going? And is there a plan in the future to potentially work with our local businesses? I still get a number of people that aren't aware that the hours are extended, but that's not to say that they just haven't been at the right place at the right time. So anything on the extended hours, if I thought I would just ask now, please.
I am going to refer this to Director Alcoca, but before I do, I just wanted to hear a little bit more about your thoughts on working with local businesses and what you meant by that piece, like to coordinate with their hours that their employees are coming and going?
Yeah, so I guess my vision back at the start, looking at the extended hours, was a lot of the stress of the businesses for staffing was the lack of transit. So now that the hours are extended, how do we reach out within our business community to be able to potentially work with them on, whether it's awareness, education, potentially programming where, it could be packaged, ticket fare or prices, however it can be to increase the usage of our transit, but to also make all of our businesses aware that we do have the service for the hours that could accommodate them now.
Thank you. And if I could, Director Alcoca, do you have some thoughts on, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. It is a little early to tell if the extended hours are working the way we expect them. We will be monitoring and reporting back. And at the same time, we're also doing an internal review and thought process on how to expand transit and how to engage the community more.
Thank you. So with that, with no more questions or comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the report? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to 15.2.2, T 2025-09 Annual Reserve Statement. And I will pass this to Director Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I'm pleased to present the 2024 Statement of Reserves and Reserve Funds. This is an annual report required through the Municipal Act. Next slide, please. For a brief overview and a little background, reserve and reserve funds are established by Council to promote long-term financial sustainability and planning. Reserves are allocations of accumulated net revenues that are not associated with a specific asset or an obligation. They are generally used to supplement or support activities funded from general revenues and do not earn interest. Reserves are typically utilized to address budgetary fluctuations or other unforeseen needs. Examples of reserves are our municipal election reserve and our operating contingency reserve. In contrast, reserve funds are segregated for very specific purposes. They are either created through municipal bylaws, discretionary, or as required by federal or provincial legislation, obligatory. Unlike reserves, reserve funds do earn interest, which is allocated directly to the respective fund. Reserve funds are categorized as the obligatory. These funds are mandated, by legislation or financial agreements for a defined purpose. Examples include the Canada Community Building Reserve Fund, formerly known as gas tax, or the Building Stabilization Reserve Fund. Discretionary reserve funds are established by Council to address specific liabilities or future expenditures. An example is the Life Cycle Replacement Reserve Fund. Next slide, please. The full statement of reserve and reserve funds is attached to the staff report and can be found in Appendix A. Next slide, please. Looking at the statement of reserves, we do notice a decrease from 6.17 million to 4.53 million in 2024. The most significant transaction is the proposed staff transfer from the General Reserve to the Life Cycle Replacement Reserve Fund, which will be discussed further in the adequacy section. Next slide, please. Obligatory reserve funds decreased from 10.63 million to 9.12 million, primarily due to capital investments funded through the CCBF, which is the formal federal gas tax, and that included Hens and Chickens Bridge rehabilitation, Sunset Point Race Crosswalk, traffic signals at High and Finley Drive, continuation of LED lighting, and the pool cover installation on the warm pool. Additionally, the Building Department Stabilization Reserve Fund also saw net outflow to support the expenditures in the Ontario Building Code Service. Next slide, please. Discretionary reserve funds increased from 64.66 million to 68.42 million. This is driven by the surplus allocation and the proposed rebalancing of the General Reserve to the Life Cycle Reserve Fund. Next slide, please. The surplus management policy, which was included in Appendix C of the report, states that the Treasurer is authorized to allocate any year-end operating surplus in the following manner. A, transfer to Capital Contingency Reserve, General Reserve, Operating Contingency Reserve, and the Working Capital Reserve funds to maintain their target balances. B, transfer 10% of the remaining surplus to reduce the outstanding balances of internal loans. C, transfer 60% of the remaining surplus to the Life Cycle Replacement Reserve Fund.
D, transfer 10% of the remaining surplus to the 10% non-DC growth reserve fund. And finally, E, when a reserve fund reaches and maintains the target balance, remaining surplus funds shall be transferred in proportion to the remaining funds that are not at their targeted limit. In this year, the surplus funds have been allocated based on that policy as follows. The capital contingency, general reserve, operating contingency were at target. $156,000 has been transferred to the working capital reserve to maintain the target balance. This is calculated at the midpoint between 5% of our own source revenues as based on our financial information return and a $750,000 floor. B, there were no internal loans outside of the short-term accommodation borrowing from the municipal parking reserve. The municipal parking reserve exceeds target balance and nothing was transferred for that. $1.398 million had been transferred to the Life Cycle Reserve Fund. While this does exceed the noted 60% allocation, D is no longer relevant as the 10% non-DC growth reserve fund has been dissolved per council direction. And E, the Life Cycle Reserve Fund was well below target before the surplus allocation. Next slide, please. We also look at the adequacy of reserves when we prepare this financial statement. Reserves in general are at target or exceeded our target. Not all reserves have target balances just due to the nature of what a reserve is. Significant shortfalls in our reserves include the municipal election. It is $40,000 under target, but that's because we do a gradual contribution. Each year we budget $40,000 that goes towards our election reserve to fund the 4-year instead of hitting it at once in the year of an election. Next slide, please. Obligatory reserves are in a little bit below target. The biggest one is the building department stabilization. It's $947,000 under target. This is due to decreased building permit activity, and it's insufficient to meet 24 months of operations. The reserve fund remains a vital tool for stabilizing building division operations and ensuring uninterrupted service delivery during fluctuations in permit activity. It is funded through annual fee surpluses and supports the division's ability to respond quickly as construction volumes rebound. The fact that the reserve fund continues to remain under target can be tied to construction activity remaining lower than expected due to high interest rates, rising construction costs, and broader economic uncertainty. OSIF and CCBF are both obligatory reserves. There are provincial and federal funding for a lot of our infrastructure. The only stipulation is that the funds are to be used within 5 years of receipt. I do report annually to both OSIF and CCBF, and happy to say that the town is in full compliance. Next slide, please. Discretionary funds are council-directed funds. There are several with no known targets, and this is being reviewed with work being done on the financial framework component of the long-term strat financial plan. Our life cycle replacement fund is a little under target of $339,000. This is based on 2 years capital renewal funding needs. This will be explored further in detail with the completion of the finance strategy for the asset management plan, which is due and will be presented before July 2025. Please note that this shortfall is after the staff proposed transfer and rebalance from the general reserve. Should council not approve the transfer, the shortfall will actually exceed $2 million. Municipal parking, on the other hand, is $1.9 million over target. This significantly exceeds our established reserve level. Water and wastewater are respectively over target by 4.6 and 5.1, using the 2024 water and wastewater rate study as target balances. It's important to note that the updated study will be completed in 2027. The waterfront master plan is also $3 million over target. However, significant capital investment projects are expected, and this reserve will be more than fully utilized. Next slide, please. So the next step, staff are recommending transferring $1.7 million from the general reserve to the life cycle replacement reserve fund to restore the general reserve to its target balance and to significantly reduce the life cycle replacement reserve shortfall. The town's reserves and reserve funds play an essential role in ensuring financial stability and flexibility. They help manage unexpected costs, reduce tax fluctuations, and prepare for long-term needs like infrastructure repairs. While some areas are overfunded and others are underfunded, the TAN will focus on finding the right balance to meet current and future needs while keeping services reliable and sustainable for the community. Staff remain committed to the development of a long-term strategic financial plan. As part of this process, all reserves and reserve funds will be reviewed to ensure appropriate structure, targets, and policy alignment within the town's financial goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the gallery to speak to this report. Clerk Almost, anyone online? And no one online. All right, I'll read in the recommendation. The staff report T 2025-09, statement of reserves and reserve funds be received, and the council rebalance the general reserve by transferring $1,727,344 to the life cycle replacement reserve fund. Can I move over to seconder? Councillor Baines, Councillor Doherty. I'll open it up for questions. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Potts, and through you. Firstly, appreciate the detailed report and presentation, Director Yam. In my support of the motion, I will note that I may have an amendment depending on our discussions. Nothing over the top, as this is another positive situation as far as excess funds and proposed reserve adjustment. And the reserves, in fact, have increased by overall about $2 million. So it's a good situation to be dealing with. We had discussed last meeting that the additional detail of the proposed allocation of the higher 2024 surplus than what was used during 2025 budget considerations would be included in this report. For me, that detail was required to understand any reserve balances to be topped up to target. And as the report indicates, the remainder nets out to just over 1.4 million. Before getting into that further, another discussion last meeting and now has a related recommendation for the 2024 year-end reserve balances was the large amount of general reserve in excess of its target level by just over 1.7 million. So a question about that, if I could through you, Chair Potts, is was there a specific reason why the reserve was kept at that level above target? And is just being proposed now for reallocation through you to Treasurer?
Go ahead, Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts, through you to Deputy Mayor. No, I don't see the specific reason other than part of that was to fund the 2024 budget, and we were in a surplus and didn't need as much of the reserve that we thought we would because we were actually in a surplus position.
So in my opinion, sorry, follow up if I may. In my opinion, it has to be considered that the 3.1 million, when you consider the 1.4 and 1.7 of proposed allocation to life cycle reserve, wasn't known when council discussed and decided to increase the special capital levy to contribute over time towards reducing the shortfall in life cycle reserve. So I want to also ask a question through you, if I may, Chair, just to clarify. I believe it was a 1.5% increase that we did for 2025 into the special capital levy.
Go ahead, Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts, through you to the Deputy Mayor. Yes, you're correct. And I did want to point out to you that the special capital levy increased largely due to the redirection of long-term debt that matured in 2024. So according to our asset management plan, part of the strategy to close our funding source was when we repaid taxes that were funded through, when we repaid debt that was funded through taxes, we would transfer that over to the asset management or the special capital policy.
And CCAO here has their card.
Go ahead. Yep.
Through the chair, I didn't want to ruin your train of thought, but I also wanted to mention, just for clarity at this point, there were two different targets at that time. And what I mean by that is, in our asset management plan, we have a certain amount of funding that each year should be allocated to assets based on the non-core and core. And that number is actually higher than the target balance for these reserves. These reserve target balances haven't been updated yet to match our asset management plan needs. So when council was looking at budget, you may have been looking at something other than the target balance for our discretionary reserve.
If I may,
Sure.
and actually, I was trying to stay out of the weeds too much in that regard. And Treasurer Graham Director Graham, I'm sorry, did mention about the reallocation of the debt payment into life cycle. We were aware of that. Council chose to increase the special capital levy by 1.5% to help with the balance shortfall, trying to bring it up. So I just wanted to clarify the amount of change that we made, and that equates to a dollar amount of around $650,000 per year. And I'll actually ask Treasurer Graham on that if I could.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Correct. In 2024, the special capital levy was $989,000, and in 2025, it was $1.624 million for an increase of $634,000.
So I'm not supportive of trying to reverse that. I think it's in place and but I would submit that with the unexpected influx, which is basically about 3 years of that increase to the capital levy, I'd like to discuss with council today how to recognize that it maybe could have been delayed. So what I understand is that the life cycle reserve is under target. But again, we've made tax increases, which are likely to support, that I likely would have supported a lesser amount if I'd known about these other incoming amounts. So in closing off, another consideration I want to ask about is that in Appendix A, there's a list of what is identified as discretionary reserves. And I just want to clarify through you, if I may, there's to the director, those amounts, can you explain the difference between the discretionary and obligatory and the other statement of reserves from the aspect of council's ability to move funds from within those reserves?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I'd be happy to. Discretionary reserves are council-directed reserves, whereas obligatory reserves are mandated through legislation. So typically we see those created when we receive provincial or federal funding and we need to use that money for a very specific asset or purchase. Discretionary reserves, again, council-directed, they're not restricted by legislation. They can be reallocated for other purposes if council does decide to do so, and that would require a council resolution.
And just to follow up, if I may, so based on all that, I wanted to check on the recent discussions about the hospital reserve. My understanding had been that although it is identified as hospital reserve, council had expected, and I think this goes back as far as when Councillor Jeffrey made the initial motion about the $2 million that went in the deficit. There may be hospital-related costs, such as possibly servicing requirements or something of the like, and the reserve would possibly be used for that. But I think I would submit now we probably should consider locking down the $4 million, because we certainly have suggested to the hospital that that's there. I don't know exactly how you do that, but maybe a formal letter or something like that to the patient. But I'm bringing that up because based on all the factors, my current thought is to propose that $1 million of the 1.7 million be allocated to that hospital discretionary reserve, but it be known that it's possible that it could have to be used for municipal purposes. So I'm proposing that. I understand we've already talked about that it won't get directed to life cycle reserve, and I do think though that as outlined, there's been the increase in capital levy, and that's going to accumulate on an annual basis to help offset. And then as outlined last meeting, there's approximately $3.2 million of unbudgeted investment income. And it's expected that the life cycle reserve and special capital levy will get about $750,000 of that when it's allocated. So it appears to me the most appropriate way for me to put this forward would be to ask for an amendment to the to the motion as it reads to allocate 1 million to the hospital reserve and the remainder to life cycle reserve. And I'll turn to my colleagues. Yep.
So what we'll do is, I guess we can deal with the amendment now. Is that?
I'm prepared to wait to do the amendment until I've heard from everybody.
Any other questions or comments before we move to the amendment? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. So a relatively simple question by comparison, but there is reference among the obligatory funds of the, sorry, just lost it here. Commuter cycling fund. And I'm just wondering what that is.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts, through you to Councillor Doherty. Thank you. This is a great question. It required a little bit of digging. So the Ontario Municipal Commuter Cycling Program began in 2018. So the town of Collingwood received funds for the following projects: a Collingwood cycling plan, which has been completed, a commuter bicycle shelter, and wayfinding signage. The funding was to be used by 2020. However, with the unprecedented times of COVID, the ministry did allow the town to expand until 2021. The last report that I found was done in 2021, and it showed the first two components completed with the wayfinding signage in progress. We are doing a little bit more digging in finance to see if there are projects that this funding perhaps just wasn't allocated to in 2021, or worst case scenario, we may have to repay it back to the province. Again, because this is an obligatory reserve, it is mandated what we spend it on.
Follow up?
Well, I have a few suggestions how to use that money, but yeah, thank you for the answer, and look forward to the results of further digging.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, I'll go to Councillor Jeffrey and then CAO.
You need to go, was it her point? Because I'm something different.
Yeah, my comment was back to the deputy mayor's proposal for funding change.
Okay, so thank you, Chair Potts. I don't disagree with the amendment. I'm on the record every time we talk about the hospital reserve as having to understand that there may be some municipal responsibility with infrastructure or services or other things going forward that we wouldn't be actually giving the money to the hospital, but we would be using it to support the hospital through what we require. So with that said, I guess my question is if we didn't do the amendment and didn't have those funds and had completely donated what was in this reserve to the hospital, where would we pay that out of if we don't prepare for it now? Through to the director.
Director Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Through you to Councillor Jeffrey. There would be a few options. So at the time that we know what infrastructure or other costs we would be occurring, we could budget, and it could come from taxes. We could use some other working capital fund, which is discretionary and council directed as well, or potentially our general or life cycle. I don't think we would use the life cycle actually, but the general reserve fund as well. And we would account for it as similar to how we do the council grants for in-kind donations. So we would show the revenue and expenditure and coming from here to fund it.
Okay.
Follow up?
No follow. I just want to have an understanding. I think it's more proactive to maybe perhaps do it this way, but per the deputy mayor's amendment. But yeah, thank you.
And CAO Skinner, did you want to add in?
Thank you, through you. I do have some concern with the deputy mayor's suggestion, not because I'm inherently against it. Of course, I would support the hospital and council's allocation of the funding to the places where you see it best used. However, I would like some more time prior to council making the change, that perhaps if the direction could be for staff to bring back an operational update of the implementation, the implications of this potential change. I am a bit concerned about the comment I made earlier. The difference, the target budgets of the reserves are not yet coordinated with the actual asset management needs that are shown in the asset management plan. Achieving the target balance will not fill, in my to my knowledge, will not fill all of the asset management needs that you will be faced with, even in the past reports, and potentially, although we don't have them yet, the new asset management report. So I would like a little more time to consider the implications and provide them to council prior to you making the allocation of this funding.
Treasurer Graham, just go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I just wanted to add further to CAO Skinner's remarks. I would support that because we are doing the final phase of the asset management plan right now, and we are working on the finance strategy based on our levels of service. Our deterioration curve is much more sophisticated than the asset management plan, which is fantastic that we currently have. But I suspect that we will see a financing gap potentially larger than what we realize right now. We're also doing the long-term strat financial plan, which is looking at financing overall. So while it would... There's just not an urgency to make this decision now. Council would still have the opportunity to make the decision later when we have some of this more concrete information, what the implication would be later on.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to these. As I mentioned, I wouldn't have supported the level of change in special capital levy this year if I'd known there was another 3.1 million in the balance. So my point is that I'm not looking to reverse that. I'm taking into consideration, and it's already been explained, if we chose to fund something, it would come from general reserve. That's where this money is right now. And we're going to allocate it to life cycle reserve, and we know that wouldn't be used as the, and I think it'd be very difficult for us to say to ourselves, we're going to take something out of life cycle reserve. So I also look at this as a committee to whole decision, and in 2 weeks we will have to formalize it. So I'm prepared to leave the amendment on the floor and see if it moves or is supported. And then my other thought is that I've got a number of other suggestions about the life cycle reserve shortfall. But as I said, I wasn't trying to get into the weeds too far in that regard. So I will continue to put my amendment on the floor, and maybe it would be appropriate for me to do that now and see if I have a seconder, because if I don't.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we have a couple cards up, and then we'll come back to you. Sure. So it'll be Councillor Baines and then Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Deputy Mayor, I understand the motivation for this. Just at the present time, I'm loath to support it pending hearing back from staff about this, because when it comes to this, I'm conservatively cautious, if you will, about jeopardizing the life cycle reserve at this point. But so I'd like to hear back what that report has to say. Thank you.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. I also do not support the amendment. There's no question that this council and this town are 100% behind the hospital, but that money is not required at this time. And in the meantime, the last time we looked at our asset management plan and the financials that go with it, it seems to me we were looking at about a $9 million shortfall. So I would far prefer to see this money allocated in such a way that as we work through the asset management plan, that money is free to be reallocated where it is needed. Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey, and then back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I guess my question is, in either way, there's really no urgency to, or maybe there is that I'm not aware of, to do the rebalance at this time? through to the director. I mean, if there's not an urgency to do that rebalance, we could entertain the amendment after we receive the information from staff. So I would be okay to sever these, to receive the report and then defer considering any rebalancing until we have all that information staff feels we need, and we can entertain the amendment at that time. And I don't know if that satisfies the deputy mayor and he still wants to proceed. But for me, if there's no rush to rebalance, then I say just reset and let's look at the information staff wants us to look at, and we can still entertain the amendment, because would have to say I'm still pro for it going to the hospital, but I would like to see all the information probably too.
So before I go to the deputy mayor, if there was any other last comments before we do that, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much. On the same basis that was just discussed by Councillor Jeffrey, through you to Treasurer Graham. As the deputy mayor indicated, I also would like to support his amendment, but I'm willing to maybe wait too. Would the 2-week time be, that's pretty quick, eh? How much?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. My recommendation would be to wait until we have the asset management plan, the final version, which is due July 1st. Council will be seeing this in June, so it's not that far out, but it's not 2 weeks. It will be within Q2.
Thank you.
Okay. So on that, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Potts, for the ability to respond. I guess the thing that concerned me when I got the report was, as I said, it's putting $3.2 million into life cycle reserve that we didn't know about just a few months ago, and we did an increase in capital levy. And I'm saying we're trying to take that into account as we consider about this excess that's in general reserve. The other thing that concerned me was I wasn't at the meeting when there was discussion about the 4 million, but I know Councillor Jeffrey talked about it being possibly used for other purposes too. And it's quite clear now that I don't think that that's the case, because it's been stated in the paper that it's the hospitals. So I'm trying to say, if we're taking something from general reserve, then we probably should put some into the hospital reserve for purposes down the road if we need them. And not just direct it all to life cycle reserve, because I felt we had dealt with a lot of the problem with life cycle reserve with the change that we made and the indication that we were willing to do more change in 2026 if we felt it was necessary. So in the interest of time, it's been sitting there for years. I believe it's a carryover from the way that the judicial inquiry costs were covered, because you use surplus and you use reserves to pay for it. And the life cycle reserve, as they've maintained all along, has suffered for that. And I've been working hard to get it back in order. I shouldn't just say I, but I'm certainly interested in it, and I know other councillors are, and being supportive of it. So if in the end what we're saying here is we'll receive the report, but we'll defer the other portion about that, and then, as I said, in the interest of time, I'm fine with that. But I'm just trying to explain my reasoning why I'm at where we are, because I do believe we're in a situation where all those funds that are in the hospital reserve right now are definitely earmarked for the hospital.
Okay. No other questions or comments? So what we'll do is we'll receive it, and then we'll do a motion to defer the next part, or do we just defer? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that this part here.
Just seven.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll defer this. We have the same within 7 here.
So we get a motion.
Yeah. So let's proceed this one first. Get a carry.
Okay. So we'll receive this one. So that staff report T 2025-09, statement of reserves and reserve funds be received. We got Councillor Ring, Councillor Jeffries, and all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And then for this part here, we're just gonna.
Let's see. So let's see. And we have a motion to.
Yeah. So then we'll need, so say mover and seconder though. So we'll do a motion to defer the second portion of it, I guess. So Deputy Mayor Fryer, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. Any questions, comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous.
Just clarification. Very good.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, through Chair Potts, just for clarification, you're requesting it to be deferred to come back at the next committee of the whole, or for the July 1st time?
July 1st.
Okay. Or the July when it's presented. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So down to our last staff report, 15.2.4, IN 2025-06, Summit View Phase 1 Assumption. And this is Director Koka. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Potts. I hope Manager Leal is still online, and I defer to her to present.
So Manager Leal, if you're online, go ahead. We'll just we'll give her a minute.
Good evening. Everybody.
Welcome, Manager Leal. I think you're muted at this point.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yay. Good evening, members of council. Sorry about that. My internet's being unreliable. The following staff report introduces phase 1 of the Summit View subdivision. The Summit View subdivision is located north of Poplar Side Road, west of High Street and south of Campbell Street. In September 2019, the town of Collingwood entered into a subdivision agreement with Charleston Mortgage Trust Co. Inc. and Devon Lee Land Inc. Phase 1 of the subdivision consists of 82 single-family units, 44 semi-detached units, and 87 townhouse units. Roads to be assumed within phase 1, include Foley Crescent, Bassett Street, Spencer Street, Archer Avenue, and Plews Drive north of Archer Avenue. All associated water and sanitary infrastructure contained within the road right-of-ways mentioned above will also be assumed by the town. The stormwater management pond was constructed as part of phase 1, but will be assumed as part of a later phase. Staff are satisfied that all assumption obligations have been met and recommend that council enact and pass a bylaw to assume the roads and all associated municipal infrastructure within phase 1 of Summit View. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. And Director Okoka, do you have anything to add before we on this?
No, not right now.
Okay, I don't see anyone in the gallery for this report. Anyone online, Clerk Almas? There's not no one online. So the recommendation is that staff report IN 2025-06 Summit View Phase 1 subdivision assumption be received, and that council approve the assumption of all non-assumed municipal works within the Summit View Phase 1 subdivision, and that council enacts and pass a bylaw to assume the roads and infrastructure within Phase 1 of the Summit View subdivision. Can I get a mover and seconder? Councillor Baines, Vice Chair Perry, and I'll open it up for questions and comments. Nothing? All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Yep. I'll we need to do a motion as per the procedural bylaw to extend by 1 hour. And Vice Chair Perry, second by Councillor Ring. All those in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Any unregistered deputations? Nothing. 15.4, reports and minutes of other committees and boards, and that the recommendation that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Minutes for the Collingwood Heritage Committee of May 1, 2025, and minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, April 17th, 2025. I get a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Jeffrey, any questions or comments on the minutes? All those in favor? All those in favor? All right. Yeah, it's unanimous. Okay. 15.5, old or deferred business. Seeing nothing. 15.6, other business. Seeing nothing. 15.7, notice of motions. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Whereas the Canadian government's recent policy changes to the International Student Program, ISP, have significantly impacted the financial sustainability of colleges and post-secondary institutions across the country, and whereas these changes, including caps on international student permits, stricter visa requirements, and alterations to post-graduation work permit eligibility have led to substantial revenue losses, program closures, and staff layoffs, and whereas the reduction in international student numbers has far-reaching effects beyond the education sector, including local economies, labor market, and research and innovation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities urge the federal government to repeal the changes to the International Student Program, ISP, impacting the solvency of the Canadian education sector and inadvertently impacting local economies, labor markets, and research and innovation generated therefrom. And this is to send a motion to FCM to consider as a body so that they can advocate with the federal government on the changes that they made. And FCM's cutoff for receiving resolutions for their September meeting is July 14th. So.
Okay. Any other notice of motions? Seeing none. We'll do 15.8, rise in committee of the whole. So do a motion to rise in the recommendation that council hear and rise in committee of the whole and return to the regular council meeting. Councillor Doherty, Councillor McCulloch, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Over to you, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Potts. We move then to 16, which is the confirmatory bylaw. Recommendation is that bylaw number 2025-046, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held May 26, 2025, be enacted and passed this 26th day of May 2025. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Doherty and Councillor Perry. And on that matter, I will call a matter to vote. And that's unanimous. And I will call for adjournment, and Councillor Jeffrey and all in favor. Thank you and good night.